order the meeting. Good evening, and welcome to the February 23rd, 2023 board meeting. Before we begin, I would like to ask everyone to turn off your wireless communication devices to avoid any technical interference with the microphones and taping of the meeting. A call-in line has been established for the community to hear the meeting interpreted live in Spanish. The number to call is 508-924-9155. Board Member Madeline Lasella Frazier, please make the announcement in Spanish.
Buenas noches. Se ha establecido una línea telefónica para que la comunidad pueda llamar y tenga acceso a interpretación en español en vivo. El número a llamar es el 508-924-5155. Repito, el número es el 508-924-5155.
Thank you. For those who are not able to observe now, this meeting is being recorded and can be accessed by later viewing on the Prince George's Public Schools YouTube channel. Lastly, for recording purposes, I would also like to remind all of the board members to turn on your microphones when you're speaking. Board Member LaSalle Frazier, please lead us in board prayer and pledge of allegiance.
Let us pray. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance. Steer us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. Amen. Oh Dios, oramos que administres todo lo que es justo en nuestras pólizas educativas, siempre usándote como el guía, llevándonos a la dirección correcta con amor, sabiduría y entendimiento. Amén. Let us rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Colleagues, prior to the adoption of the agenda, please note the following. Item 214, Office of Inspector General, OIGE report will be removed from the agenda, however, will be considered at a later date. Item 215, payment for Dr. Juanita's legal fees have been added to the agenda for the board's consideration and action. Item 4.1, Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program, Spring 2022, results will take place after item 5.0, consent agenda, and item number 6.0, budget consent agenda. And lastly, added to the agenda is item 6.2, approval of the proposed budget amendments tabled from the February 13, 2023 budget work session, which are PGCPS Reading Clinic, which was tabled until the board received more information from the administration about current programs offered in PGCPS, and the reinstatement of a director or coordinator for diversity and recruitment for Latinx Outreach Focus, which was tabled until the February 23rd, 2023 board meeting. These two tabled items have been added to the agenda for the board's consideration. May I have a motion to adopt the February 23rd, 2023 board meeting as amended? Second. It has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Oh, I'm sorry. Board Member Shayla Adams Stafford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering if we could separate the items out under item 6, the budget consent agenda. and discuss them separately?
Item 6, under budget consent agenda. Okay.
It's on the back.
Item 6.
Page 15.
Thank you. And what is the item that you want to pull?
6.2?
6.2, proposed budget amendments tabled from the February 13th and 2023 budget work session. Okay, so we will pull that, and we will put it in, I believe it's 7 point. 9.0. Are
No,
you,
that's not right. That's not right. She just wants to pull it out so it's not voted on at one time. It would still be under 6.
oh, she just wants us to vote for it
Yeah,
separately?
vote for it separately.
Okay. You want us to vote for it separately, or do you want it pulled to put in a different part of the agenda? But leave it under 6? Okay. All right, then we'll leave it under 6. But we will modify the motion to, as amended, to vote on 6.2 separately.
Each item is different.
Yeah.
Under 6.2. That's what she's asking.
Excuse me, Board Member Adam Stafford, were you asking us to vote on each item in 6.2 separately, or just pull that one to vote on separately from the rest of the consent agenda?
I'm just going to go ahead and rescind that request. We can just
Thank
vote
you.
on it all together.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded to approve the agenda as it was originally amended. All those, any more discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any nays? Abstentions? The ayes have it. Thank you. Now we will move to approving the 6 remaining minutes for the fiscal year 2024. Oh, I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, we need to take roll
Yes,
call.
please. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lopez. May Ms. Lopez please take the roll?
Mrs. Adam Stafford,
Here.
Ms. Bus Estrada. Present. Mr. Briggs,
Present.
Mr. Saron Reese,
Here.
Mr. Fields, Dr. Harris,
Here.
Mr. Jackson,
Here.
Mrs. Lasaya Frazier,
Present.
Dr. Juanita Miller,
Present.
Dr. Zipporah Miller,
Present.
Mr. David Murray,
Present.
Mr. Valentine,
Here.
Ms. Walker, Mrs. Mickens Murray. We have
Here.
quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Now we will have the approval of meeting minutes. Colleagues, may I have a motion to approve the following minutes? January 26, 2023, fiscal year 24, proposed budget work session and proposed budget public hearing. February the 2nd, 2023, fiscal year 24, proposed budget work session and proposed budget public hearing. February 13th, 2023, fiscal year 24, proposed budget work session and proposed budget hearing.
I move that we approve the minutes from the budget work session and budget hearing. I move that we approve the minutes for the budget work session and public hearing for January 26th, for February 2nd, and for February 13th.
Thank you. Do I have a second? It has been moved and seconded to approve the minutes from January 26, 2024, proposed budget work session and proposed budget work public hearing. February 2nd, proposed budget work session and proposed budget public hearing. February 13th, proposed budget work session and proposed budget public hearing. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. We will now go to excuse me, Board Counsel, you want to say something? Lord have mercy. Yes.
Madam Chair, I believe you skipped the minutes for January 12th, 2023.
Do you have? Thank
Alvarez. Did we vote on the September? We didn't vote on 15th, did we? We didn't vote on this, did we? I thought she just called January.
May I have a motion to approve the minutes January the 10th, the 12th, 2023? May I have a motion to approve the minutes from January 12th, 2023?
I move that we approve the meeting minutes from January 12th, 2023.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the minutes from January 12th, 2023. All those in favor? Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Oh, she pulled it. She pulled it.
Any nays or abstentions? The motion passes. Okay, now we're moving to 2.7, news break. Now let's turn our attention to the screen to view tonight's news break presentation titled Preparing Future Educators, Teacher Academy of Maryland.
Why safety it is important? What I really like about teaching is that it provides me opportunity to help others, number one. Number two, I can just touch human beings' life and see also how the students, for example, can advance or improve their skills as they mature and grow. And I can just celebrate the success. If they are successful, I feel like, wow, you need to be in this classroom where my eyes can see you. Early Childhood Education and Teacher Academy of Maryland provide the students with the skills to become educators to some extent, but also to develop the skills that will help them to serve in the pathways that are related to the education field, not necessarily as educators, but they can be, for example, psychologists or child psychologists, or they can be, for example, librarians, or that's education, but imagine pediatricians as well. Being bilingual, it really helps an educator because there are some students, they come from different backgrounds, and when they do not identify with the teacher because they have fear to speak their English because it's not the first language, but then knowing that the educator have knowledge or understanding or even speak their language that they speak, that can also will create a bridge or connection to develop a better relationship, not just only with the students, but also with their parents. Listening, I am very happy to be part of the CTE program. I really love how this program really help the students develop the skills that are necessary to be successful in our society. I love my job, I love what I do, and this job not only helped me to live my life, but also helped me to touch life.
Thank you so much. We will now go to the unsung partner. I will yield the floor to Board Member Pamela Boozer Strother to present our unsung partner.
Thank you so much, Chair Mickens-Murray. Tonight, we recognize Norberto Martinez as a PGCPS Board of Education unsung partner. Norberto Martinez has been convening the Langley Park Service Providers Network monthly meeting since 2017. This is an all-volunteer program that was founded as a Transforming Neighborhoods initiative known as T&I was phased out by the county. Norberto is not going to let the success of T&I fade away with the official county support. This network of service providers was too important to PGCPS school communities and was still needed to build thriving communities in Langley Park, Adelphi, and Hyattsville. PGCPS parent engagement assistants and community schools coordinators were among the first to dedicate to monthly attendance. Over the years, Norberto has advised countless agencies and nonprofits on the need to hire Spanish-speaking staff and to provide information in Spanish, ensuring that PGCPS parents and students have equitable access to county-funded resources. Norberto is not just a mentor, but also a beloved colleague to everyone who serves with him. On many weekends, you can find Norberto, who is also the founder of the Langley Park Civic Association, at the heart of community events with parents and their children. These include back-to-school backpack giveaways, resource fairs, community cleanups, food distributions, and academic enrichment programs. He took care of the community through the hardest days of the COVID-19 crisis, while simultaneously making sure Langley Park was counted in the 2020 census. It has been a privilege to work with Norberto Martinez and the Langley Park Service Providers Network in my capacity as the District 3 Board of Education member. The monthly meetings serve as a reminder of the power of the blueprint for Maryland's future community schools model. Colleagues, please join me in recognizing the board's unsung partner for February 2023, Norberto Martinez.
Board members, let's take a photo with our unsung partner. Board members, to the community, starting tonight, board members will recognize the outstanding work and service from their district communities throughout Prince George's County. I now yield the floor to Vice Chair Lolita E. Walker to share more information about this opportunity for citizens to be recognized.
Hello, everyone. I am beyond excited to introduce a new facet of our board meeting. It is called Community Shout Out, and this is an amazing opportunity for our board members to recognize our community, and I will get started tonight. The way that we do this is that each board member has the opportunity, 3 board members per month, to sign up for 2 minutes to be able to highlight their district, and I am excited to say that District 9 will be highlighted tonight, as well as, what District 3? District 3, absolutely, so we are ready to go. I am Lolita E. Walker, and I represent District 9. Come on, community shout-outs for District 9. Yes, 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 I hear you, District 9. All right, all right. So I have been in the community, and since January, I have vowed that in my first 90 days, I will visit all 23 schools. And I want to give a shout out right away from a parent who wrote to me and said, I want to recognize Miss Lisa Gudera, right from Gwynn Park High School. And I just want to read this to you. Miss Gudera has provided excellent instruction and opportunities for the students in the Environmental Science CTE program at Gwynn Park High School. She sponsored a field trip to the Future Farmers, thank you, let me look on my screen, Future Farmers of America Conference in Indiana. And I won't read all of it, but the beauty of this is that Miss Gudera is going over and beyond, and we are excited to be able to recognize her today, especially from a parent. Want to say thank you to every single person that has been in District 9, really welcoming me in, to Crossland, all of the CTE programs I learned about. We are learning, growing, and thriving together. If you're in District 9 and haven't yet attended my community chats, they are every third Saturday, 8 o'clock a.m. We can't wait for you to be there. These are some of the other amazing principals and administrators that I've met along my journey. Outstanding leadership, prior experience, and willingness to partner and grow. District 9 is ready to go, and we are excited to show you the amazingness. I have 2 minutes, so I'm going to keep on going. The District 9 Digest, yes, I have a newsletter that goes out every single month that is packed with information. You can go to bit.ly/District9Chats, and you too can get that no matter if you're in District 9 or not. And again, 23 schools in 90 days. I look forward to staying connected, and yay to District 9. I'm so super proud of the amazingness that is happening inside of our district. Thank you so much. And over to you.
All right, well, thank you so much, Chair Mickens Murray and Vice Chair Walker, for this opportunity to provide a Board of Education shout out to District 3 school. There we go, Mary Harris Mother Jones Elementary, for the recent staff engagement in the Arts Integration Professional Development Program with Crayola. Mary Harris Mother Jones Elementary is located in Adelphi and is led by Principal Evelyn Quinones. There are 1,000 students and more than 100 staff members who celebrate Mojo and Jaguar Pride every day. I picked this shout out due to tweets from Principal Quinones, who shouted out her staff and the Crayola Ed trainer, James Well, a couple of Saturdays in a row. I was excited to see that the Crayola trainings had survived pandemic disruptions, and I was grateful to see the staff who gave up their Saturdays to grow the arts integration program at the school. It struck a personal chord with me, as I had previously worked with my own PTO years ago to fund the Crayola program for Mount Rainier Elementary teachers, also in District 3. Principal Quinones shared with me, Mary Harris Mother Jones staff seeks to give our students a voice where they can express their ideas and enrich their learning with STEAM experiences. Thanks to the Blueprint for Maryland's Future Community Schools funds, teachers had the opportunity to participate in the Crayola Ed Professional Development Program. Teachers shared learning experiences that equip them with strategies to support students in literacy, math, science, and language development, all in a creative space. Professor James Well inspired staff to take a risk and trust that we can all facilitate a colorful space for students to have fun learning. Thank you so much for the privilege of giving this shout out to Mary Harris Mother Jones educators for bringing art experiences to their students.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker and Board Member Boozer Struthers.
Thank you.
Now you will have the report of the chair. We will have a moment of silence. Colleagues, at this time, I ask that you all join me in honoring the memory of the following Prince George's County staff, family, and community members with a moment of silence. Quiana Carter, Guidance Counselor, Benjamin Stoddard Middle School. Morris Hamlin Jr., former PGCPS teacher and brother of Terry Hamlin, Office of Student Records, Transfers, and Archival Services. Lisa Deal, clerk typist, Northwestern High School. Mrs. Elsie Conti Rice, mother-in-law of Mr. Delaney Spriggs, Sr., Building Services, Carpentry Shop. Thank you so much. Please continue to keep these families in your thoughts and prayers. Our announcement, upcoming meetings of the board are as follows. The Policy and Governance Committee, February 28, 2023 at 5 p.m. The Parent and Community Advisory Council on March 1st, 2023 at 7 p.m. Board work session will be held on March 9th, 2023 at 5 p.m. The Academic Achievement Committee will meet on March 13th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. The Policy and Governance Committee will meet on March 14th, 2023 at 5 p.m. The Operations, Budget, and Fiscal Affairs Committee will meet on March 15th, 2023 at 5 p.m. Our next board meeting will be held on March 23rd, 2023 at 7 p.m. Please also be advised, the May 11th, 2023 board work session will be changed to a regular board meeting, and to cancel the May 25th, 2023 board meeting due to a conflict with the high school graduation schedule. Report of the Chief Executive Officer. Dr. Golson.
Thank you. Good evening and happy Black History and Career and Technical Education Month. February has been a month-long celebration of Black history and CTE programs. As Black History Month comes to a close next week, please be sure to share photos and videos of your celebrations and check out the ones that have already been shared and placed on our website. We appreciate the opportunity to highlight the many creative activities in our schools. Congratulations to our student member of the board, Alvaro Cerrone Ruiz, for hosting a Renaissance of Black History Showcase last night at Eleanor Roosevelt High School. This program provided an opportunity for others to witness Black culture in Prince George's County through fine arts, so thank you. And thank you to our community's engagement in CTE, Career and Technical Education. Due to strong marketing communications work, the applications have grown from 700 to 4,000 this year. We are extremely proud of the work of our CTE team, and we look forward to continued growth and opportunities for our students in CTE. With the spike in fentanyl-related overdoses across the nation, it is more important than ever that our families are aware of the risk. We are hosting community meetings at 6 p.m. on February 27th at Largo High School and March 13th at Surrattsville High School to share information on fentanyl and other illicit drugs, along with strategies to lower the risk of overdose. Details were emailed to families and are available on our school website. Want to learn more about the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program, better known as MCAP? We have 2 informational webinars planned, one on February 27th on how school star ratings are calculated, and another session on March 16th on how to use the individual student reports that each student will receive to improve academic achievement. Both webinars start at 6 p.m. Check your emails for more details. Our work to address climate change continues. The mid-year report is available on the PGCPS website. I also want to congratulate those schools recognized by Prince George's County Department of the Environment's Resource Recovery Division and Keep Prince George's Beautiful for the exceptional recycling and waste diversion efforts. Central High School, Eleanor Roosevelt High School, Largo High School, and Laurel High School, Bond Mill and Scotchtown Hills Elementary Schools, and C. Elizabeth Reed Regional, Robert Goddard Montessori, and G. James Goldson Middle School were all recognized, so congratulations. Thank you. And finally, as a reminder, the Excellence in Education Foundation for Prince George's County Public Schools is offering scholarship opportunities for seniors. Visit the foundation's website for more details. The deadline to apply is Friday, March 17th. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Golston, and it's a pleasure. I went to the CTE program that was at Crossland. Excellent program. We must tell our story. Those youngsters over there are doing good stuff. The community needs to know about it. And compliments to your staff over there. That was a very inviting environment. So thank you, I appreciate it. It was very good. Now we will move to the progress reports from the Academic Achievement Committee. I will now yield the floor to Board Member and Chair of the Committee, Dr. Zipporah Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. The Academic Achievement Committee is charged with overseeing, on behalf of the Board of Education, the development and implementation of the school system's academic programs, operations involving student affairs, and its initiatives designed to ensure effective and timely parent and community engagement with the school system. The committee's portfolio shall also include issues involving closing gaps in student academic performance, extracurricular activities, improving outcomes in low-performing schools and among underserved populations, enhancing outcomes for high-performing schools and students, and addressing issues involving educational equity. The Academic Achievement Committee consists of the following members: myself, Dr. Zipporah Miller, Committee Chair; Board Member Shayla Adams Stafford, Committee Vice Chair; Board Member Curtis Valentine; Student Board Member Alvaro Cerrón Ruiz; and Board Member Brandon Jackson. The committee has maintained a monthly meeting schedule that began September 12, 2022, and is scheduled to finalize June 12, 2023. In accordance with the approved school year 2022-2023 Academic Achievement Committee Work Plan, the committee, in conjunction with the Prince George's County Public Schools Administration, has discussed and been given thorough presentations on the following topics: Literacy Plan 2.0 and the instructional framework, mental health supports to students and staff, mathematics curriculum and its alignment to the county and state assessments, core content pass rate for mathematics and science by race and special education, reading curriculum and its alignment to the county and state assessments, core content pass rates for English language arts and social studies by race and special education, kindergarten, grade 1 and grade 2 literacy data, special education strategic plan, learning experiences and parent resources, disaggregated benchmark analysis, eSource strategic plan, learning experiences and parent resources. The Academic Achievement Committee is on track to complete all of the outlined objectives in the 2022-2023 work plan. We are committed to continuing to the work of the board as designed oversight for Prince George's County Public Schools. The committee is grateful to have been successful in developing and cultivating a wonderful relationship with the CEO's designated representatives who attend all of our meetings, prepared to provide us with thorough information regarding our students' learning experiences. I would also like to thank my fellow committee members for allowing me to lead. Your collaboration and support and what makes the work easy. It is an honor to serve with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. Now we will have the Policy and Governance Committee recommendations. Board Member Cerrón Ruiz, Chair of the Policy and Governance Committee, please introduce your recommendations on behalf of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Policy and Governance Committee met virtually and discussed the revisions to the following policies, and might I add, they've been hard at work. This committee does work. But first policy is new policy, heroin and opioid education and use of naloxone, or other overdose reversing medication. The purpose of this policy is to establish a process for the administration of naloxone or other overdose reversing medication to a student or other people on school property who is reasonably believed to be experiencing an opioid overdose, and a plan with the Prince George's County Health Department to educate the community about overdose-related emergencies and administration of naloxone or other overdose reversing medication to students, families, staff, and community members. The second policy is Policy 3506, Public Charter Schools. The purpose of this policy is to establish guidelines for the evaluation of proposals for public charter schools and the oversight of approved public charter schools. Number 3 is Policy 0122, Data Dashboard. The purpose of this policy is to provide a transparent and comprehensive progress monitoring system to ensure that the critical success indicators identified in the PGCPS strategic plan advance toward achieving the outcome goals established in the strategic plan. Number 4 is Policy 2214, Disturbing Activities and Trespass Warnings. The purpose of this policy is to provide guidelines for restricting or excluding a visitor's access to a school building or facility when it is necessary to ensure an effective and safe learning environment for PGCPS students and staff. Number 5 is Policy 8100, Board of Education Standing Committees and Focus Work Groups. The purpose of this policy is to set forth guidelines that are required to be followed in the establishment, membership selection, and operations of all board standing committees and focus work groups. Colleagues, I move that we submit these 5 policies to be recommended to seek public comment.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded to move these 5 policies for public comment. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Are there any nays or abstentions? The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Policy and Governance Committee met virtually and discussed the public comments on the following policies. Policy 0104, Title IX Discrimination and Harassment on the Basis of Sex. Policy 0108, Code of Conduct. Policy 3500, Naming of schools, school district facilities, dedicating areas of school and school district facilities or grounds, and erecting monuments. And Policy 4200, Rules of Procedures and Hearings requested under Article 6202, and appeals and hearings under Article 4205 of the Education Article. Colleagues, I move that we submit these 4 policies to be advanced as first reader.
Is there a second? Second. It has been moved and seconded to move these 4 policies forward as a first reader. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any nays, abstentions? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Saron Ruiz. Colleagues, now we will move to 2.15, payment for Dr. Juanita Miller's legal fees. At this time, I will yield the floor to Dr. Miller for 10 minutes. Would you start the timer?
Before they start the timer, Mayor, just thank you. I just wanted to thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me this opportunity to provide the justification for these legal fees and extending my 5 minutes to 10 minutes.
Thank you. Would you start the timer?
Colleagues, no one walks into a position as a board member ever expecting to defend themselves in a court of law, particularly from charges initiated by fellow colleagues. Colleagues just like me, this could happen to you. Though it's challenging to encapsulate 2 years of defending my name, personal and professional reputation, I request each of you to vote to approve the payment of the legal fees to the attorneys who represented me to contest. As you are now aware, and I have given letters to all of you, the letter from the State Board President, the unfounded allegations that led to complaints filed by 6 members of this board who filed as citizens. From this point forward, I will be referring to them as the Six. While carrying out my fiduciary duties as chair of this board, the Six dedicated an inordinate amount of time, resources, and attention to openly defy and contradict me in performing my role as chair. They provided false and misleading statements to constituents and local news media, and pursued my removal based on numerous unfounded allegations. And the two that were listed in that letter that all of you have were, one, for not signing the Pew contract, and two, for withholding 7 dismissed ethics panel complaints. Both are completely false. I will use the rest of my time to share with you how we got here and why payment of all legal fees incurred for my defense is mandatory. Through the chronological outline, you will become a witness to distractions, political power grabbing, complete falsification of facts, and potential perjury. I was sworn in on January 7th, 2021. In efforts to adapt to the role and assemble the many moving parts that were already underway with this board, I requested that we pause any new organizational changes. I received my first threat from Rahila Ahmed, one of the 6 who said doing so could be reported and cited. Yes, ma'am. All right. I'll take that under advisement. Doing so could be reported and cited as ethics violation. And this was 5 days into my term. As I began to get acclimated as chair, I saw inconsistencies with board action items being brought for approval. I therefore sought assistance from the county council chair. Subsequently, hotline complaints began to come in about the 6, which were referred to the ethics panel. Some of these complaints included a lobbyist contract, undisclosed campaign contributions before a vote, the Pew contract. Let's talk about the Pew contract. A special meeting was requested and held by the 6 the day before a regularly scheduled open board meeting. The 6 held a special meeting without board leadership and with a questionable quorum. The agenda was to discuss the Pew contract for the interim legal counsel. The 6 voted to elect EB as the chair pro tem and permit him to sign the Pew contract. There's nothing in policy of laws that permits for the election of a chair pro tem. It should be noted that EB and DM negotiated this contract without the knowledge of the chair or the vice chair. According to policy, only the chair is authorized to sign contracts. However, EB signed the Pew contract, financially obligating this school system. This was only 4 months into my term. In a subsequent meeting, Mrs. Pugh joined a virtual executive board meeting. I have to call her name because that's different. Board meeting advising that she was the board's interim legal counsel and had a contract which was signed by EB. This was that first time that I, as the board chair, was made aware that there was an unauthorized contract for legal counsel. During this same period of time, the ethics panel followed up on complaints from the hotline which were filed by constituents against the 6. Again, the complaints included lobbyist contract, undisclosed campaign contributions before a vote, and the Pew contract. Each was notified about their due process. Subsequently, the ethics panel sent their recommendations for resignation or removal to the board for action. The ethics panel concluded its investigation of the 6, offering each an opportunity to defend themselves against allegations from the hotline. With that, the 6 filed their first complaint to remove me as chair of Prince George's Board of Education for doing my job of having exposed these violations. This was only 7 months as I continue to lead this board in its fiduciary responsibilities. Why is this important? I'm defending myself from frivolous allegations, even still doing the work of the board while being harassed, bullied, and disrespected. Because we had no legal counsel under contract for advice, I had no other choice but to seek outside counsel to defend these false allegations from the six. Hence, this was the start of legal fees. Why is this important? We had no legal counsel. Board members acting as individual citizens filed complaints against me seeking my removal. I was still constantly being bullied, disrespected, and still facilitating the work of the board. The law allows me the same, the law allows me the same as it would allow you to have legal counsel defense in the performance of your duties. In January 2022, the state dismissed the first complaints filed by the six. I sent a note to board colleagues informing them of the state's decision with the hopes that we would move forward as a board. This was only to receive an email response from one of the six, JT, who responded to the entire board with a note that says, I'd hold off any celebrations for the time being. With this dismissal of the complaints, the accumulation of legal fees could have ceased. It is at this point that SAS initiated refiling this time with 35 complaints. Thus, my legal fees continue to accrue. Of the 35 complaints brought against me, the state sought to further explore only 2, failing to sign the Pew contract and the withholding of 7 dismissed ethics complaints. I was a whistleblower, and now I'm being harassed. This was 1 year into my term. At this point, you can imagine how frustrating it was working while being disrespected, publicly humiliated, and constantly derailed from the focus of educating students. Colleagues, just like me, it could happen to you. It is February 23rd, 2023. I stand before you today after 2 years of serving as leadership of this board, having successfully facilitated 90 board meetings, the approval of 2 record-breaking operating budgets, and the approval of all the union contracts that Mr. Burnett helped with, I had to throw that in, while defending my name, my professionalism, my reputation, and there's nothing more important than your name and your reputation. I was continually being bullied, harassed, and disrespected. Why is this important? This could be you. Imagine being a known public servant in your community, having the media confront you at your residence. They came to my front door. I opened the door, there's a cameraman and a reporter with a microphone, trespassing. This is the last sentence, last paragraph. 2 years ago, I walked into this position with the intent to serve, and this has tarnished my name. Once again, I ask you to vote to pay all of my legal fees. Once again, this could be you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, that's enough. Dr. Miller, you need to share with the community how much money you're asking for tonight.
I'm not asking, the bills were total.
What's the total that you're asking this board to consider?
I haven't added, I don't have that. I've added them up. Mr. Whitley, do you have the total? Because you were given that information
Yes,
as
Mr.
well.
Whitley, you're recognized to give us the total.
Madam Chair and Board Member Dr. Miller, the total is $148,444.62.
Thank you. Board members, at this time, I will entertain a motion on payment of Dr. Miller's legal fees.
Madam Chairman,
Excuse me, yes.
that figure included all of it, and some of it has already been paid, am I correct? Or is
No.
that the balance?
Answer it.
Madam Chair and Board Member Dr. Miller, the figure of $148,444.62 is just the outstanding balance. It does
Okay,
not
thank
include any amounts that have already been paid.
Oh,
Thank you. Board members, I will now entertain a motion on the action to make, for payment of Dr. Miller's legal fees. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we pay Dr. Miller's legal fees of the amount stated.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and properly seconded to pay all of Dr. Miller's legal fees. The floor is open for discussion. We will limit the discussion to 5 minutes, one round, 3 minutes, second round. Ms. Barton, please.
Madam Chair?
Excuse me.
I just wanted to state for the record that certain board members should not vote on this matter.
Okay, who are they?
Dr. Miller, of course, should not vote on this matter. Dr. Harris should not vote on this matter. Board Member Adam Stafford should not vote on this matter. Board Member Buther Struthers should not vote on this matter. And Board Member Murray should not vote on this matter. I've checked with the parliamentarian. He believes that they can participate in the discussion. They just cannot vote on the actual matter.
Thank you.
Is it open for discussion?
The floor is open for discussion now, and I have 14, is Board Member Pamela Boozer Struthers.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair Mickens Murray. I would like to ask for our legal counsel to remind the public what you shared with us at a previous board meeting about that this decision is about board policy, that the board may pay the chair's legal fees if they are legal fees because of the course of operating in good faith as the chair, and also the term that you used was perilous. Can you please explain to the public what you meant by that advice to us?
Board Member Buther Struthers, Maryland Education Code Article Section 4-104 states that each county board may pay all or part of the council fees for the defense of a county board member who's involved in litigation because of his service and in his official capacity on that board. Did that answer your question?
You didn't, you provided the board advice. I would like you to repeat the advice from that meeting. But both attorneys had something to say at that meeting.
Which meeting, Madam Buther Struthers? Are we talking about the executive session that we just had or a previous meeting?
Previous meeting on this topic.
December 8th.
Okay. I believe that Mr. Farrar provided that advice, so I'll let him speak to it.
Again, the advice is the board under the state statute, the board has the authority to approve the legal fees. It's, again, at the board's discretion.
Again, as our attorneys, you made a very critical comment to us at that meeting, that this is about creating a situation that's perilous for anyone to serve on this board, to run for the board, be an elected board member because of this. So can you please repeat the advice that you gave to us about that?
Again, thank you very much for your question, and the advice that we gave at that time was the advice, again, that this board has the authority under the state statute to approve the payment for the Dr. Miller's fees. And as she laid out, the justification for the payment of those fees. I think that was reflected in that advice, as well as it recapitulated what the state statute allows the board to do.
Okay, I guess you're not going to repeat what you shared with us before. I'll move on. I disagree that any board member should be recused from this vote. I think this vote is about something completely separate from the facts of the case, that this is about protecting this board, that every single board member should be on record about paying these legal fees.
She has 1 minute and 40. That's your opinion, correct? Did you want somebody to answer you?
Yeah, I disagree with your assessment. I think every single board member should vote on these legal fees. This is about a board policy that we may pay a chair's legal fees if they are operating the course of the business of being the chair.
If you want to respond, Mr. Whitley.
Board Member Boothers Struthers, we provide the board with recommendations. It's our recommendations that the members that we've stated should not vote. To the extent that this has to end up in court, it's easier to defend if they're uninterested, if only uninterested members vote on the board. The board members who we've instructed that should not vote, you're free to follow your conscience.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. Every board member who served here up until September 15th has expressed an interest in this case. So I disagree.
Respectfully, I believe that there is a conflict of interest with the board members that we've requested not vote. You're entitled to disagree, and I respect your opinion.
Should the board not move forward with accepting everyone's vote, I would.
Wait, were you done? Board Member Boozer Struthers, were you finished? Okay, then good. Okay, go ahead. No.
Should the board not move forward with allowing everyone to vote per Board Member Pamela, what I would ask is that we postpone these rules, suspend the rules so that we can have a majority vote. I don't know who the question is to, but if we count the 14 people that are in the room, with excluding the members that were already notified, then we will not have 8, which is requirement for us to move this motion. Therefore, with the work of our board, we need to move forward and not continuously bring this up in a rotating fashion. I therefore request that we suspend the rules, should we not move forward with your recommendation, so that we can have a majority.
Do you want to make a motion to suspend the rules?
Well, we have a motion on the floor at current, and we're having a discussion.
Right.
So I will give that to the parliamentarian to help us with that.
Madam Chair, before the parliamentarian speaks, I just want to note for the record, excluding the folks who we've requested recuse themselves, there would still be 8 voting members who would be able to approve the fees if the
Right.
board so chose.
If I understand correctly, we need to have 8 total voting in one way. Is that correct?
Yes.
I don't know if we will have that, so I'd like to get the rules up front.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Swift, you are our parliamentarian. Can I entertain another motion now, or do we need to vote on this motion now?
The question was to suspend the rules.
Yeah, that's what she wants to do, suspend the rules.
The original question actually came from my colleague here with her recommendation to have everyone vote. And what I added on to that, because what our council let us know is that they give us the recommendation and then it's up to us to action. That's how I understood it.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
They are
love it.
advisors to us.
So what I added on to that is, in the event that this board does not move forward with my colleague's recommendation for everyone to vote, I'm looking forward and saying, hey, we might not get 8 total in order to move this forward, versus continuing to come back, versus doing additional work for the board that we have. I'm asking, if it possible, what needs to be true for us to suspend our current rules where we need a total of 8 voting for or against so that we can have a majority. I hope that was more clear.
That rule cannot be suspended. It's one of your bylaws, and bylaws cannot be suspended unless the specific bylaw states that it can be suspended. So you have 8 members who can vote, which means you also have a quorum of voting members. And
But what
the
it-
vote therefore, according to what, 9367, must be 8.
What our policies say is we need 8 in favor of or against. So it's not majority. We have 8 total, and that would mean we need a unanimous vote. History tells us that we're
That-
not unanimous.
Well, I mean,
So
that's
I'm
correct.
asking-
You
I'm
need
sorry.
8 out of 8 votes.
Okay. Therefore, when we don't get it, if we don't, I think what you're saying is that we will continue to have this issue. So I'm looking for help, just to help us with how we ever are going to move forward on this motion.
If you do not get the 8 votes, the motion is lost. I mean, that's-
Okay, so we come back. Okay.
Board Member Madeline LaSalle Frazier.
Thank you for recognizing me, Madam Chair. This question is for our attorneys. I remember in a conversation that we had in the past, under advisement, and correct me if I'm recalling this incorrectly, but the recommendation was that if we went forward to pay the fees, it would behoove the people of Prince George's County because of possibility of taking this into ongoing court and incurring even more costs for the county. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand your question. Were you asking that if you don't approve the fees, is there the possibility of further litigation?
Correct, and incurring further expenses for the county.
I believe that that's a reasonable conclusion. I can't guarantee what anyone would do, but considering the amount of the fees, if they were denied, you could conclude that Dr. Miller may file suit to try to get the board to try to force the board to pay the fees.
Thank you.
Board,
And Madam Chair, for the record, I just want to make sure it's clear. The bylaw that the parliamentarian said could not be waived is bylaw number 9367.
9367 bylaw. Okay, thank you. Board Member Sharon Ruiz.
Thank you, Chair. My question was, Vice Chair Walker mentioned not meeting 8 and this coming back and interrupting work. I just wanted clarification, if we don't get the 8 votes, does this have to come back?
The short answer is no, but again, Robert's rules does allow for reconsideration and things, so without venturing how the vote would turn out, but it's not required to come back, but there is the possibility that it could come back depending on how the rules are used.
Thank you.
Board Member Frazier, does that conclude your questions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Valentine?
It's a point of clarification. This says a fiscal note. Does the student member vote on this as well? If so, it would be 7, not 8.
He's asking, does a student member vote? And the only thing that the student member can't vote on is the budget. Go ahead.
We've concluded that the student member is allowed to vote on this matter.
Okay. The second question is, per Dr. Miller's presentation, if we had board counsel at the time, would they have represented her in this capacity?
I don't believe so, because the board counsel represents the board, not the individual board members. If brought to the board could have decided to have counsel represent Dr. Miller, but typically, we represent the entire board. We don't represent individual board members. However, like I said, if there was an issue that was brought to the board, if the board decided that the board decided that we wanted to, or the board decided that you all wanted to represent or provide representation to Dr. Miller, you could have taken a vote to say to cut costs or to reduce costs, we're going to authorize you to represent Dr. Miller. But I'd have to say that since the charges were brought by board members, even in their individual capacity, there may have been a conflict of interest. I know that's a long answer, but hopefully it answered your question.
Does that conclude? Thank you, Board Member Valentine. Board Member Zipporah Miller, Dr. Miller.
I believe my question was answered, because I was going to just get some clarification on if the charges were brought forth by another board member, who represents the board member who's been...
Well, you have to understand that all this happened before we before we were selected as board counsel. There's a process in place where the state board would typically provide representation or prosecute a case that was brought against a board member. So typically a complaint, someone filing a complaint would not necessarily have to have counsel to represent them in prosecuting the complaint. Did that answer your question? If not,
Dr. Miller, does that answer your question, or do you have some? Okay, thank you. Any other questions from any other board members? Second round for Vice.
Oh, mine isn't lighting either.
Second.
Yeah, mine wasn't lighting.
Second round for Vice Chair Walker.
I had two things that I think I heard just now. I just want to make sure I'm clear. The first was, if a board member has allegations brought to them by an individual, the board counsel would represent them. But what I think I heard you say is that board counsel would not represent, but you said, I think so. So I'm just wondering, what's the scope? What's the guidance? That's the first question. I have another one after that.
in a perfect world, if a board member has charges brought against them, they would come to this body and say, I have charges brought against me. I need counsel. Will this board okay counsel to represent me? That's, in a perfect world, what would happen. If your question is whether board counsel would represent that person, it would depend on the vote of the board.
Okay, see, that answer is a little different than you just gave to my colleague, Mr. Valentine. So I just wanted to double check on that.
I believe my answer was consistent. If you,
Okay.
if you want to tell me how you believe it was inconsistent, I will try to resolve it for you.
Okay, the way I understood it, okay. The second one is, if we don't, just going back to the student board member who mentioned that we don't have to have this come back again. This isn't the first, I understood that correctly, right? Okay. This isn't the first time we talked this as a board. We've done it multiple times, and each time we end up back here because it is something that we need to take action on. So can you help me with, if we don't have 8 and it is split, and we decide tonight that we're going to postpone it, can you explain to me, what do you mean it won't come back up, please? Just for clarification.
It's my understanding it's come back before because there was a vote to table.
Right.
If there is a vote and it's voted up or voted down, it's not required to come back. If it's,
It will if it fails. It depends on who votes.
Okay, that's good. All right.
Okay, are you ready for the question? Oh, I don't see your light, but. You have to reset. Oh, I don't know that. How, put that button right? Oh, put them all down. Thank you. I am learning. Okay, I will recognize Board Member Boozer Struthers for her second time. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So following up on my colleague, Board Member Lasse Fraser's recollection of the advice that you gave this board, the whole board, as our attorneys, that we risked much more expensive legal fees in the future should we be sued. And you also, again, told us that by not taking care of this business, that every single board member here is in a perilous situation in their leadership. So again, I'm asking, will you please advise this board in front of the public in those very strong terms that you presented to us in the past? Or are you changing your advice to this board? I'm done.
Thank you. Did you want to respond?
I will address
Mr.
the first half of
Whitney?
the question. Previously, when we discussed legal fees that could be incurred if the board decided not to pay the fees, we did not have an amount certain. We have an amount certain now. So again, the board, you all have to decide on your own whether that amount certain is sufficient to justify paying them. Again, we're talking about roughly $150,000. I believe at the time when we had the previous discussions, we didn't believe it would be that amount. So there have been a lot more legal fees incurred since that time. There was a 8-day trial that I believe occurred since we previously met to discuss these issues, and there were a lot of legal fees incurred in that time. And with reference to the second half of your question, I think Dr. Miller did a great job of advocating her position, and believe she said no less than 10 times that this could be you. So with reference to each board member possibly being in a perilous position, Dr. Miller articulated that, advocating for herself.
Are you finished with your, okay. Any more, I will recognize Board Member Briggs.
Thank you, Chair Mickens Murray. I just wanted to.
Turn your mic, is your mic on?
Sorry?
Your mic on?
It's on.
Okay.
Yeah, here. Just wanted to clarify, I think if I remember correctly, what Board Member Boozer Strother is referring to is setting a precedent for, something like this happening in the future to a board member or to a chair, which I think is an important piece. Something I wanted to say was that I know we tabled this last time because we didn't have information to really make an informed decision about it. And I just want to acknowledge for the public to know that we received a 150-page document probably, like hours before. And not by anyone's fault. I'm just saying that I think we're again in the same place where we don't have enough information. We haven't had a chance to pick apart the document and really look to the facts. And I think that the issue at hand the first time was that it was one-sided. We were hearing just one perspective, but we're not getting a well-rounded, understanding, especially from the Office of the Inspector General and others, as well as the ethics panel that did an investigation as well. So I think that, for me, I would feel way more comfortable. That's a lot of money, $148,000, to make an informed decision by being able to have enough time to read the document that has not been shared with us. We all have access to it, and then making a decision. And so I just wanted to suggest that. I'm not saying table it further, but I'm not sure if there's a motion that could come out of this, or if we want to vote now. But I think, more information is always helpful.
Thank you for your comments. Any other comments from any board members before I speak? Okay, if not, sorry. Oh, second round for Dr. Zipporah Miller.
I wanted to try to seek clarification or to ensure that I'm clear on what I'm hearing. So I'm hearing that at the time that this occurred, we had no legal counsel. Is that correct?
That's exactly right.
There was no legal
That's what you're
counsel. And then our legal counsel has shared with us in more than one occasion the code that says that each county board may pay all or part of counsel fees for defense of a county board member who's involved in litigation because of his service in his official capacity on the board. And I think, it wasn't said today, but I think legal counsel correct me if I'm wrong, said that this was in an official capacity of the board.
I believe that that's a fair representation.
Okay. And then you also alluded to that, and you also stated today, when we met the first time, we were at one set, and we could continue to incur more fees. So the longer we linger, or we could continue to incur more fees.
Well, I believe that Dr. Miller's case has concluded, so I believe that we are at a terminus with reference to those fees. What I've said is that if the board does not pay her fees, you may incur additional fees if she decides to sue to try to have the court require the board to pay her fees.
Thank you.
Are there any more comments from any other board member before I speak?
I had
Thank
my
you.
light on.
Okay. My lights are not working, so I'm sorry. I will go to David Murray first, because he has not spoken. This will be his first round.
Thank you, Chair. At the risk of belaboring this debate further, for members of the public, this is probably the third or fourth. I've lost track of how many times we've debated the paying or not paying of these fees. If I was able to vote, I would vote no as an elected member. My constituents didn't send me here to spend $148,000 that could go to teachers and children to pay personal legal fees. We're getting caught up in a lot of details. Did Dr. Miller do this in her capacity? She was issued charges of removal by the State Board of Education because she went far beyond her capacity. These weren't just random charges that came out of nowhere. She entered into an agreement with those lawyers. The board never saw it. The board never approved it. Legal counsel has said it would have been appropriate for her to bring it to the board, ask the board to pay it. She probably didn't, because the board would have voted no, as the board has voted no repeatedly. The only reason, we're entertaining this at all tonight, my understanding is the chair said we'll discuss this one last time, and we will not discuss it again. There are so many more pressing things in our school district that we should be discussing. We have members of the public here tonight to testify on a number of very important things that will actually affect the lives of students. So I would ask our colleagues to vote no, abstain, whatever we need to do to save taxpayers' dollars, so that when we get to our budget amendments, we might be able to vote some of them up to provide for our children and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from any other board members?
I had a comment.
Dr. Juanita Miller for 3 minutes.
I just want to remind the audience and colleagues that this $154,000 did not have to happen. It was the board member, this case was dismissed in January of 2022. A board member went back and refiled and added additional charges, which required the continuation of legal defense of my performance of my work for this school board. And in the future, it will be very difficult for people to even think about working on this board if it's felt that your own colleagues, because you do not, because you are a whistleblower. And I must let everyone know, I am categorized as a whistleblower, and I'm protected by the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, as well as the policy that Mr. Whitley described in terms of my entitlement to legal counsel. So again, this was not my decision to have board members who are my colleagues disagree, and because they disagreed and because there were violations against them, they decide to bring this, it was a distraction. So the distraction, I became the target, and that's how I see it. So remember, I did not bring these charges. I did not bring these charges. I did not do anything to be charged for. The bottom line is colleagues were upset because there are violations that have been sent to the state on them. And as you will hear on later meetings about that, but I'm not going to deal with that tonight. I'm dealing with Juanita Miller And the bottom line with Juanita Miller is that Juanita Miller came on this board at the request of the county executive to serve as a leader for this board because of my background and experience. And I've had 30-plus years in education, business. I've served on numerous boards in this county and as a state legislator. And it took this position for me to expose some of the violations that were occurring. And because I exposed them, those individuals decided, they had a majority vote, so then they decided they were going to press charges against me. It is not the state of Maryland that's pressing the charges. The charges, and our attorneys told us, these charges are by those 6. They're costing this board because I am in the process and I have continued to carry out my fiduciary responsibilities to this public school system and Board of Education. So if, and the person,
Your time is up,
thank
Dr.
you.
Miller.
I'm through.
I would like to speak at this time, please, board members. We did a lot of research. When I say we, myself and Shipley and Horn, and we came across, I reached out to our former attorney, Mr. Nussbaum. I have an email here from Mr. Nussbaum. He was asked by the administration if he had authorized any attorney fees. He has an email that went to Dr. Miller. Dr. Miller reached out to him to see if it was appropriate for her fees to be paid. On February 21st, he sent that to me then, but on June 2nd, June 2nd, 2022, at 4:59 p.m., our attorney, and he was our attorney at that time, he said, "No, I did not authorize this payment. I believe it is up to the board to authorize the payment, not board counsel." He went on to say in section 4-104C of the education article provides, each county board may pay all or part of the council fees for the defense of a county board member who is involved in litigation because of his service and his official capacity on the board. These payments are not a valid educational expense. Since it says may, and he was our attorney at the time, since it says may, and since it's in each county board, I think the board should make that determination. So tonight, that is the reason I brought it back. One of the questions that I continue to ask Dr. Miller, did you receive any advice around these fees from Mr. Nussbaum, who was our attorney for at least almost a year? So, board members, with that said, I will call for the question. I think we need to vote. Ms. Rhodes, would you call the roll, please? And the motion is to pay all of Dr. Miller's legal fees. I think everybody can make an adult decision. If the people, look, what the policy says in 11107, it says you shouldn't vote if you have a conflict, but it doesn't deny you from voting. See, it says that you shouldn't if there's a conflict. So as the chair of this board, what I am saying tonight, and this is the sword I guess I will die on, if adults in this room decide that they want to vote, they vote. But then there are consequences to that if you vote and you have a conflict. So understand that, please. Ms. Rosa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Briggs,
No.
Mr. Saron Ruiz,
Abstain?
Mr. Jackson,
Excuse me, are you calling the roll in alphabetical order? No.
no.
I need-
Do you want me to call everyone?
Yes, ma'am. I need you to
I
call
will do it.
everybody.
Mrs. Adam Stafford?
I recuse myself from voting.
Ms. Boozer Strother?
Yes.
Mr. Briggs?
No.
Mr. Saron Ruiz?
Abstain.
Dr. Harris?
I also recuse myself.
Mr. Jackson?
This is a complicated situation for me because I'm a bit apprehensive about setting the precedent for removing the corporate veil from an individual school board member. But simultaneously, I understand the concerns that I've heard from my colleagues tonight about. I understand the concerns I heard from my colleagues tonight about one person making unilateral decisions. And since I wasn't there to be a part of those discussions, or understand the overarching sentiment of the school board at the time, I'm going to abstain.
Abstention.
Mrs. LaSalle Frazier?
I gave this the situation a lot of thought. It's been a very difficult situation for me to come in as a new board member and try to figure out what happened prior to me. I also know that as a board member, I would hope that we would be protected if a situation like this would happen. Likewise, though, I think that the county and the school, our monies need to be focused on our students and the things that they need. But I will recuse myself from this vote.
Dr. Juanita Miller?
Recuse.
Dr. Zipporah Beller?
I have really toiled on this because I've gone back and forth in terms of setting a precedence, ensuring that we're all protected as we serve as board members, and going back and forth about board member bringing charges against another board member. And I'd like to recuse myself from the vote.
Mr. David Murray?
Abstain.
Mr. Valentine?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mrs. Mickens Murray?
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, now we're up to public comment on agenda and non-agenda items. The board will hear from public comment from speakers on agenda items. To the registered speakers, you have been registered to speak in a public comment forum where the Board of Education will listen to your comments. The board will not address your comments. All registered speakers will have 3 minutes to make their presentation. Registered speakers may not relinquish any part of their speaking time to another registered or unregistered individual. Speakers may not address individuals or issues with profanity or derogatory terms. You will be warned once. If you continue, your comments will be muted and you may be removed from the meeting. Speakers are encouraged to use titles rather than names. For example, principal, CEO, chair, board member, etc. Your adherence to these guidelines will enable the public participation process to move smoothly. There are 13 public live speakers. Our first speaker is Ellen O'Neill, the Reading League Maryland Budget Subcommittee proposal for a reading clinic.
Thank you. My name is Ellen O'Neill. I'm a resident of Prince George's County. I work closely with Marilyn Zucker, who began her career as a Prince George's County school teacher and now continues her work in the county training middle and high school teachers. I'm thrilled to announce that the newly established Maryland Institute of Literacy and Equity has selected PGCPS to host its first pilot project to bring translational research to practice for the science of reading and instruction. Under the direction of cognitive scientist Dr. D.J. Bolger, the Institute will address staffing shortages by placing teacher interns at local elementary schools to teach reading, writing, and spelling to students attending aftercare programs. Build capacity to grow your own teachers, paraeducators, and child care providers by providing in-service training using a residency model of research to practice. Recruit prospective teachers through Governor Moore's service year tutors. Deliver a parent academy that will prepare families to teach literacy concepts to their students and other family members. Conduct research on program impact in order to replicate success throughout the county. All educators participating in the pilot program will receive training in the science of reading using high-quality instructional material that advances reading performance for all readers, but is essential for those who struggle due to learning disabilities or language learning challenges. The principal of Hollywood Elementary School is eager to host this program, especially to teach his English language learners. In-service training will follow multi-tiered approaches that consider existing science of reading knowledge among participating teachers. Training will enable them to intensify their learning so that they can teach those students who are furthest behind grade level goals. Teachers and paraeducators will receive stipends as well as certificates of professional development. Teachers may earn credit towards national certification as practitioners recognized by the International Dyslexia Association and the Academic Language Therapy Association. Your support of the proposed partnership with the University of Maryland will build a pipeline of highly trained educators dedicated to creating equitable access among all learners to highly effective reading instruction. With your vote, you will secure pathways to college and career success for all the students in your county. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. The next speaker is Delvin Campaign, I believe. If it's Champagne or Campaign, I'm sorry. Thank you. He's Strategic Collegiate 501, Biomedical STEM Education, PGCPS to Harvard.
Thank you. I guess third time is a charm, Dr. Ghost. My name is Delvin Champagne. I am a parent of 3 PGCPS students. I am a licensed educator. I'm an occupational therapist. When I was at Howard Graduate School, I did my research program in Boston at the BSCP program, actually on Prince George's County. My program was on occupational therapy and oral health. We did the program on the Diamante Driver oral health abscess study. And so this is kind of, this is coming full circle. My program has registered 8 students from Prince George's County Public Schools, 6 from Bladensburg High School, and 2 from CMIT to take them to Boston to the Biomedical Sciences Careers Program, BSCP Diversity Conference in April at the Harvard Medical School. It's a international conference where they have 10,000 applications globally, and because I was part of that program, I was able to get my students registered from the county. Currently, we have the flight booked and paid. We have the hotel booked and paid for, but there's still a small outstanding need. We went from 8 to 5 to 3, and now we're down to 2,000 that we need for the ground transportation and the food stipend for the students and their chaperones. And so I'm here now just to ask again if there's any help. There's been some correspondence, but there's no, it's not finalized yet. And also, we just need a little bit of love so we can take these tremendous STEM students to Boston for this conference. Dr. Devin Cremati, who is a graduate of Eleanor Roosevelt High School, who was in Howard undergrad when I was in Howard Grad School, is a physician in Boston, she's PGCPS. She went to Harvard Medical School and Public Health School, and she's our ambassador in Boston, and she's waiting to meet with these students when we get to Boston. And so I'm just asking that, anybody in the audience here want to support our nonprofit to take these 8 students to Boston, you can contact me. And the last point I want to make is that we want to host a huge press conference on the Thursday before as a send-off, so we can have a win in the media to say, hey, listen, these students are going to Boston, and we can we can tell the community what we're doing in PGCPS. So I hope you guys can help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Champagne. Next, we will have Vice Mayor Xander Harcourt, Incorporated City of District Heights, Test Scores and Resources, District Heights Elementary.
Good evening, honorable members of the board. My name is Xander Harcourt. I am the Vice Mayor of the Incorporated City of District Heights. I offer greetings from Mayor Cynthia Miller and my colleagues on the commission. I am here today because I am ashamed. I am ashamed that the municipal government of District Heights hasn't been here before, ringing the alarm that District Heights Elementary has been failed by the system. I realize now that the system is us, not some shadowy group of nefarious characters conspiring in a smoke-filled room. It is us. I come here today humbled, begging for a deep examination of the data, the facts, asking courage to have difficult conversations and make radical decisions to disrupt the system that isn't working for the most vulnerable population in our community. I am encouraged by the shared passion of Dr. Harris in his pursuit for quality public education. And though there is no right to it, isn't it a matter of justice and equity? Can't we honestly look at the data and agree we need a new leader, new engagement and challenges for our children at District Heights Elementary? The jobs in an economy of tomorrow will require new tools and skills. Will we continue to export a steady stream of human capital into the poverty and prison pipeline, or will we change the trajectory of the students' future lives? Let's agree to work together using best practices already proven to work in the county and apply them to District Heights Elementary. Let's reject the system of low expectations and raise it to greater expectations. As Mayor Miller, myself, and my colleagues journey to reimagine our city, will you join us to reimagine education for our children at District Heights Elementary? We look forward to building a relationship based on mutual trust, respect, engagement, accountability, and evidence-based solutions. There is no time to lose another child. We can't leave any of them behind. We must do this together. We must do this now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Harcourt. Ms. Tammy O'Donnell, individual budget teacher shortage.
Good evening. My name is Tammy O'Donnell, and I'm a 9th grade English teacher at CMIT North High School. I'm also the proud parent of an 11th grader at PGCPS. Before I start, I want to thank Mr. Murray's Reading Clinic amendment. I think it's a great idea. Many years ago, there was a similar program at University of Maryland with education students. They came to Calverton Elementary School in Beltsville, and at that time, it was a Title I school with a large immigrant population, and it helped students with their reading. My son thrived in that program, so I applaud your efforts. But I come to you tonight with a very strong reminder that teachers are leaving our district in droves, and it's not entirely because of pay. We have an issue with retaining and recruiting outstanding educators that needs to be addressed. In fact, as I sat here tonight, I saw a post of a friend in front of Gwynn Park High School captioned, "Turning in my laptop." This happens every day. My son has had a carousel of math teachers since the start of the year. His original teacher left a month ago. Another teacher was assigned to his class, but she also had other responsibilities at the school, so he sometimes has a substitute in his room. He's not learning math, he's teaching himself how to figure it out. And then you wonder why math scores are so low. Teachers feel disrespected here. Why, you ask? I have some examples. When a teacher comes to the tech center with a broken screen, stop assuming they did something wrong. Don't open the computer, look at the screen, and tell the teacher, That'll be $302.12 to repair, and we only take certified check or money order, without even asking how it happened. Treat us with respect. We are told to change our plans on a dime. That's when we have time to plan. 225 minutes of planning time a week is not enough to grade 233 ninth grade writing assignments, plan lessons for the next week, meet with the counselors for IEP 504 meetings, work with failing students to help them catch up, or the million other things we do in our day that you don't see. A fellow teacher recently had surgery. She's home recuperating. Her administrator has been texting and calling her daily, sometimes several times a day, not to check in on her, but to ask her for lesson plans and to grade papers. At the start of the school year, I was at a union event and heard someone call my name. It was a former PGCC student of mine. I had taught there for 15 years before coming here. She is a bright, smiling, effervescent personality and was so excited to be teaching music to elementary school students. Fast forward to 4 months later, she's quitting her job, and I quote, "My mental, emotional, and physical health can't take it anymore." Treat us with respect. That's the easiest way to good publicity and to recruiting new students and new teachers. Otherwise, you risk losing the good ones you still have left. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. O'Donnell. We will have Councilman Fatzlul Kabir. Are you here, Councilman? I don't.
Chair McInsmurry.
Beg your pardon? Yes.
Councilmember Fazlul Kabir submitted a written testimony.
Okay.
He's
well,
just accidentally on there, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have him here. He's being in person, but written is fine. Thank you so much, and I'll record that reading. Okay. Thank you. We will have Derek Holmesley, individual, employee appeal, and due process procedure.
Good morning, distinguished board members, CEO, and your administrative staff. My name is Derek Holmesley. I'm here today to speak about my due process and appeal process for wrongful termination. I sent you a letter on August 3rd of 2022 submitting and outlining the failure of the board at that time to follow board procedures in my due process. I was sent a unilateral letter by the board chair at the time affirming a termination, my wrongful termination. And I was told that there was an executive session meeting held on May 15th, 2014. This started getting me to thinking. So I went to board docs and looked for that meeting. There was no meeting present. In this meeting, there should be 8 individuals, a quorum. They should vote to rescind or affirm the wrong termination, and that information respectfully should have been sent to me so that I could see the votes and I could understand what had been done. This was my career imbalance that was not given a fair shot to me. So I'm respectfully asking, I'm not going to hold you long, to reconvene over my appeal. Look at the facts and make the right decision. I understand the Director of Transportation, the current one, is retiring March the 1st. He's my former high school basketball coach. I love this brother. I wish him great respect in his retirement. But you have a man who is educated in transportation. I'm a transportation expert. I have passion about getting our kids to school safely and on time. I know the logistics and the demographics of this county very well. I was educated by this very county. And I'm frankly appalled that the very county, against the allegations that I had, did not give me a fair due process. In closing, Prince George's County government, Prince George's County schools is under judgment. This is a prophetic warning from the Most High. I did not want to say this tonight, but I'm under assignment from the Most High. You must atone and repent, for the corruption, the illegal contract bidding, and the illegal contract signing that has been done under the previous boards and under some of the members of the current board. I respectfully ask you to do your due diligence, correct the corruption in this county for the constituents of Prince George's County, and more importantly, the children that we transport and educate every day. Thank you. Good night. You have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Holmesley. Ms. Donna A. Young, Individual General.
Good evening, Madam Chair, CEO, and board members. My name is Donna Young, and I just accidentally deleted my entire presentation just now, just minutes ago. But with that, I want to be able to address some of what was discussed here today. I am a previous employee in the purchasing department, so I am very aware of what Mr. Holmesley's issues are with regards to policy procedures that we have to follow that are violated in order to do business a certain way, and especially contracts. I was one of the people who filed the case against the Pew contract being awarded by a board member who did not have the authority to do so. I have reviewed several of the contracts, even though I'm no longer working there, and the process in which it was used. There are violations happening every day, but as a whistleblower, you get fired. You do not follow the due process. You do not take us through all elements of what are supposed to happen when a person has appealed their case. The same thing with Derek happened with me. I am still sitting waiting for the board to review my case, which was never done. I was told the board reviewed it, but upon checking, there was no meeting that reviewed my case. It is something to be said that the board members are changing, but the same thing is happening. There's something that is corrupt in this process, and there should be a review of what is happening from the board with these unilateral decisions to terminate people without going through the proper process. Thank you, and Godspeed.
Thank you, Ms. Young. We will have Roseanne Roxy Ndebumadu, I'm sorry. Individual Friendship Aspire Academy.
Thank you so much. That was the correct pronunciation. Good evening, honorable members. My name is Roxy Ndebumadu, and I have the pleasure of serving as Vice Mayor for the City of Bowie. I'm going to start out by reading a brief note from our City Council and all of my colleagues from the City of Bowie, just really quickly in support of my comments this evening. At the City of Bowie Council meeting on Monday, November 7, 2022, representatives of the Friendship Aspire Academy gave a presentation to inform the City Council of their charter school model and asked for a letter of support to be sent to Prince George's County Public Schools. We are writing to express the support of school choice and opportunity for our school children. The Friendship Aspire Academy presented their experience as public charter schools have been founded in 1997 and now operating over 22 schools. While they did not present a final location they are considering, the City of Bowie welcomes the exploration of a suitable location for an elementary school. They expressed the desire to grow slowly in Bowie to assure the new school choice option would become a successful one for our community. As proposals and plans from this company come forward to open a charter school in Prince George's County, please give them favorable consideration with the conceptual support from the City of Bowie for this venture. One thing that I wanted to add to that letter is, here in the City of Bowie, we have over 10,000 new families slated to come online over the next couple of years. $61 million of a county yield comes from our taxpayer dollars in the City of Bowie. Recently, multiple schools were proposed to be closed in the City of Bowie, especially one in Pointer Ridge, which is the district that I represent, which I'm adamantly against. Friendship Aspire Academy started in 1997 and operates over many, many schools in our local area. Their founder, Donald Hines, has worked at the National Urban League, Children's Defense Fund, and has been Director of Government Relations at Howard University, Boston University, Dartmouth College. And he's also a graduate of Morehouse College and attended graduate school at Stanford University. We are asking for favorable support of consideration of their application with the support of our community, with the support of our City Council, and with the support of our business owners. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Ms. Roxy. Mr. Joe Harris, Friendship Education Foundation, Chart School applicants. I think that should be charter.
Yes, charter school.
Okay, thanks.
Good evening. Thank you guys for hearing me today. My name is Joe Harris. I'm the CEO of Friendship Education Foundation. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the application that the Friendship Aspire STEM Charter School submitted to the Prince George's County Office of Charter and Charter School Development. Our most recent effort was rejected. I'm here to ask tonight that the board support and consider our appeal that we're going to move forward to the state level as part of our writing under the laws. We believe that this particular process that has been put in place does not consider innovation. It does not speak to the needs and the desires of the parents and the kids. Friendship was deliberate in its approach to the city of Bowie for establishing a K-5 STEM-focused elementary school in the city of Bowie. We met with countless parents, community stakeholders, and we created something that we think would respond to the needs of parents and children in Bowie. That process that we've gone through, I think when you look through the history of not just this particular office, but the process for selecting and supporting charter schools is one that is very difficult. It's not welcoming, it does not consider innovation, and I believe that the least that voice that's heard in this process is that of parents. Parents are the first teachers of a child, and I think they need to be respected. And when there is clear evidence of support for a school model, I think that the department needs to consider that in their decision-making process. In closing, I'd just like to say that you hear the phrase, "it takes a village." Well, we believe it takes a village of educational partners. It's not just enough for a district to provide public schools, but we also have to have strong private schools and private charter schools. Children are deserving of a choice and a quality education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Henry Gardner, individual, Friendship Aspire Academy.
Good evening, Board. Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, CEO, Madam CEO. My name is Henry Gardner, and I am the at-large council member for the city of Bowie. I am currently in my 5th term. I have been elected multiple times, overwhelmingly by the members and the residents of the city of Bowie, and I stand in front of you tonight representing our council. The city of Bowie received a presentation by Friendship Public Charter School. Mayor Pro Tem Endeavor Madu read the letter of support from the council. We know this school. We have gone out and visited this school in Washington, D.C. Mayor Pro Tem Endeavor Madu had the opportunity of visiting their campus in Little Rock, Arkansas. Friendship Public Charter School is a school, a model of which we in Bowie would be proud to have as a educational partner. As Mayor Pro Tem Endeavor Madu mentioned earlier, we have 10,000 plus residences that are coming on board within the next 2 to 3 years within the city of Bowie. We're trying to be proactive. We're losing schools, we're losing class space, and we're wanting to put in place the infrastructure to support the new development which is coming online in Bowie and Prince George's County as a whole. So we do recognize that the charter school would not necessarily just benefit the residents of Bowie, it would extend to the entire county. However, we're hopeful that with your support, that the school could reside within the city of Bowie and be, as we said earlier, a great partner in providing fine education to our residents and giving choice, okay? Not just pushing one agenda down our residents' mouths, but giving them choice. You know, Mr. Harris from Friendship Public Charter School mentioned that they did submit a proposal to the school board for your approval. We understand that because of the process, you've not seen their proposal, and you've not seen the proposals of many other charter schools. In fact, it's my understanding, having had conversation with many of your board members, is that you don't receive any of the applications. And I don't know if that's a process that works for you or not. But I'm standing tonight in front of you representing one governing board to another, asking that you take a look. I have in my hand 15 copies of Friendship Public Charter Schools application, and if I may, in their proposal, and if I may, leave this copy with your clerk for distribution of each one of your members tonight, and so that you are familiar with what's going on in Bowie and that what we support and the residents of Bowie support. And I hope that our representative, Ms. Miller, would also take into consideration
Mr.
what
Gardner,
we're doing.
thank
And
you.
thank you very much, Ms. Miller.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And who would I leave these with? Thank you. Thank you. And we do appreciate
Thank you so
any
much,
feedback.
Mr. Gardner.
Thank you. Thank you
All right.
again. All right. Good night, everyone.
Ms. Tanya Wingfield, individual, OIGE report.
Okay. Well, since the OIG report has been pulled, I guess I will table that for now, but I do want to comment on the fact that this board conducted business before you gave the public the opportunity to do any comments. Now, this is what you have in your policy for public participation, that you will make sure that you advertise the agenda in supporting documents on the school system website no later than 4 business days before the business meeting. Then you said furthermore, copies should be available for the public when we get here. They weren't here. This is so that you can provide time at the business meetings for the public to comment on agenda and non-agenda items. You took a vote, and the public didn't have the information. You have violated the OMA law because we have a right to know the information. You can't hold it. I stayed up last night watching the December 8th meeting, so I'll remind Shipley Horn what you said. You said that there was sufficient evidence so that Dr. Miller's bills could be paid. You said that if it was not paid, then she would more than likely come back and sue this board, and it would cost more money. I stayed up and got the information, but you all didn't, and you're being paid for it. There's no excuse. So now it's going to cost us more because you all have allowed board members to lie. They have said, we are independent people, but they used in their complaint against a board member, they used confidential information that we wouldn't be privy to. But they used it and called themselves individual citizens. You all should know that. Because if I can find the information, you have more access to it than I. It's no excuse for any recusals, for any abstentions, unless you were part of that lying crew. There is no excuse for votes not to have been taken tonight. You getting paid, do your job. Because at this point, there more than likely will be a lawsuit, as we were told on December 8th. And you all will lose, because it will show that there were plenty lies. That April 28th meeting, there was 7 in one meeting and 6 in another. A contract didn't exist because you couldn't conduct business. It was clearly shown that this contract was not signed by the board chair, it was signed by purchasing. They falsely made accusations that were not true.
Thank you, Ms.
Y'all need to do your
Wingfield.
homework.
Ms. Demisi Selassie, are you here? And finally, Ms. Jana Parker. Oh, individual board structure, I'm sorry.
You know what? I'm not going to speak on that tonight.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. What I will say, though, is that the county executive asked, I guess we could say AA, asked Dr. Miller to step down before these legal processes even went forward. So if she actually listened to the county executive and stepped down, we wouldn't be voting on legal fees. Now, would we? I don't know why that didn't come up in the conversation. But you know what? I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about the reading clinics, and I am encouraging you to support the reading clinics that came from David Murray. I'm also asking, the only thing that I say about these reading clinics that I just kind of want to put out there is that I see a couple of colleges in the area, but I don't see Coppin State. So let's make an amendment, and let's put Coppin State on there, and let's get into these schools and do the reading clinics. Thank you for your vote. I appreciate that, because you're my actual constituent. I'm your constituent, so I appreciate that. The other thing is, I wanted to support an equity audit so that we can have a Latino hiring director. I actually am a former educator. I taught in Rosa Parks Elementary, and I also taught at a middle school that had a high Latino population, and most of the teachers look like me. And I feel like my students should have a diverse teaching experience, teaching pool, and we know studies that show that when our students are exposed to different diverse backgrounds in their educational practices, they become more well-rounded people. So I definitely support a Latino hiring director, and especially when we have 30% of PGCPS students being Latino and only 5% being the actual staff. So I just wanted to encourage that and support that and put on public record that I am supportive of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Parker. This concludes the list of the registered speakers. We also received one written, and I understand two now, comment, and one pre-recorded video from registrants, which are available for view on board docs. Thanks for your comments. We will move to 5.0 consent agenda. Dr. Golson, will you please introduce items 5.1 through 5.9?
Yes, thank you. Items 5.1 through 5.9 requires board approval of proclamations commemorating observation of Read Across America and National Reading Month, Women in Construction Week, National World Languages Week, Prince George's County History Day competition, Pi Day, Tuskegee Airmen Commemoration Day, observation of arts in our schools, National Irish American Heritage, and National Women's History Month. These observations are all during the month of March. Thank you.
Colleagues, may I have a motion to approve items 5.1 through 5.9 under the consent agenda?
I make a motion to approve items 5.1 through 5.9 under the consent agenda presented by Dr. Goldson.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays or abstentions? Thank you. We will move to 6.0, budget consent.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
I think I overrode saying it.
It's not here. May- We are doing the Maryland comprehension. Dr. Golson, the Maryland Comprehension Assessment Program, Spring 2022 results.
Yep, that actually comes after. If you recall, at the beginning of this meeting, we made, the amendment to the agenda was made, and that item will come after the two consent items.
Okay, thank you. Now we will move to the budget consent agenda. Dr. Golson, please introduce items.
I'm actually I'm just going to do them individually. So
Individually,
the first one,
okay.
The first one I will do is item 6.1, requires board approval of the March 2023 expenditure requirements.
Colleagues, may I have a motion to approve 6.1 expenditure requirements, March 2023?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve expenditure requirements for March 2023. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 6.2 will be introduced by Chair of the OBAFA Committee, which is Dr. Harris. He's shaking no. But this is for amendments that were tabled during the budget work session on February 23rd.
Okay, so Dr. Harris, do you want me to take this? Are you going to
Yeah,
take?
or I can freestyle if you want.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so item 6.2 covers proposed budget amendments tabled from our February 13th budget work session. The first on the docket is the PGCPS Reading Clinic. That's been tabled until the board receives more information about the current programs offered in PGCPS. But I believe the maker of that motion for tabling wants to discuss it tonight. Mr. Murray, you were the maker of the motion. You want to discuss it tonight? All right, I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to, I don't know if it's proper to offer a substitute motion for the proposal that's on board docs and in front of each of you today. Since the time that we met last as a board, I had the opportunity to reflect some more on this proposal and had an opportunity present itself from a new literacy institute that's formed at the University of Maryland in conjunction with Morgan State University. This literacy institute there has a lot of capacity, expertise, and intellectual capital that they are really excited about offering to Prince George's County Public Schools. They were very excited about the reading clinic proposal that we had in front of us. And so after meeting with professors there and others, we came up with the proposal that you have in front of you, and I think it really builds on the original proposal. It, if anything, should alleviate some of the burden from administration because we're going to be leveraging some of the time and talent that they have at the University of Maryland and Morgan State University for the benefit of our kids and teachers right here in Prince George's County. We've made contact with a potential pilot school at Hollywood Elementary, that their administration is excited about the potential of having this program there. Essentially, it's everything that we talked about last week. This program is going to train teachers, paraeducators. It's going to take undergraduate students from Maryland, Bowie State, PGCC, and other surrounding colleges. It's going to bring them in to our public schools. It's going to train them in the research about how students learn to read, and our Prince George's County public school students are going to be tutored. So this proposal really has a lot of benefits to offer our system. I also had the opportunity to meet with Dr. Judith White and her team to talk through this proposal. And that also reminds me, one other unique kind of benefit of this model is that they'll also be conducting research into the efficacy of this. And so, you know, if this is funded, when we come back in a year, we won't have to wonder, did it work? What were the outcomes? We'll have research that'll really delve into what worked, what didn't, and we can decide how to move forward from there. But I would ask all of my colleagues support for this. I think this is a really exciting opportunity to innovate and accelerate our students right here in Prince George's County.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Using the same structure as our work session, I believe it's appropriate for Dr. Ghost and staff to comment on the proposal.
Good evening, everyone. So when we left previously, I would have come back with information of what we were doing around Voyagers and what we were doing around training our own teachers for science of reading. We made those adjustments to our curriculum this year. So we've trained over 400 educators so far in the letters training, which is a training that takes, in the 2 sessions that we do, will take a teacher really a year to go through all the training so that they can be certified. We've also, because you wanted to have that information with our Voyager, which is high dosage, 1-to-4 ratio, we've so far this year serviced over 2,000 students with that program. So when we were doing our comparisons, it was looking at the other model, which was the DC clinic. I had an opportunity to speak to board member Murray on Tuesday when this was presented, and today he was able to provide documentations. What I would share is that it's a lot of information in here. We talked at a smaller scale because he at that time didn't have all the information, but now that we have all this information, it's many offices that would have to represent and speak to some of the things that are in here. For example, if you look at the budget, it speaks to stipends, it speaks to bonuses. We have a negotiated contract that we need to look at and see if that works. That pulls in our HR department. We also have legal issues in here in terms of where we thought it was UMD, it's now other institutions. We need to think about, is it an MOU? So it's just a lot of questions, and it's a lot of components. And for example, it talks about aftercare staff. We don't have aftercare staff. We have vendor managed programs. It's not our staff, so they would not get trained. They work for a vendor, not for Prince George's County Public Schools. A lot of the training we do, my wondering, just for you all as you vote and as you talk about it, because it is your vote, is it a 1-to-1? Is it a 1-to-4? So it's just a lot of questions because they've put this together that we haven't had a chance, that we could probably get the answers to, but haven't had a chance to dig deep to see where we would land on it. And also, my wondering is the consultants, whenever we seek out partnerships, whether it be through universities, those people who will be providing tutoring to our students is one thing, providing training to our teachers are another. Have they been teachers in a classroom, or are they just tutors? Those are things that we would need to know. I'm sure if you vote for it, that we would have to flesh out. So what I would ask is that if you vote for it, that our staff would have a chance to go through, analyze, and determine what we can and cannot do collectively if this moves forward.
Thank you, Dr. White. So, colleagues, before we get into discussion, I'll accept an action on the floor regarding the budget amendment for PGCPS reading clinics. And I also ask that our chair facilitate the question and answer because I don't have access to the lights. So if someone wants to put a motion on the floor, now's the time.
I think I put a motion, but then I just went ahead and spoke, so maybe if you could just get a second.
Yeah.
Would you repeat your motion, please? Okay.
Yeah, my motion is to fund the UMD and Morgan State pilot reading clinic according to the documents on board docs and in front of you. Yeah.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, colleagues, the floor is open for discussion.
Vice Chair Walker?
Vice Chair Walker, is your mic on?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was wondering if there could be an amendment to that, if you would consider an amendment to that motion to ensure that Dr. White's team has an opportunity to go through, and based on that, for this proposal to go through. I'm happy to vote on it at that point.
Yes, absolutely. I think a lot of this information here really was in response to some of the written questions Dr. White had provided and details that they were looking for. So these aren't meant to be, you have to do each one of these things and all of these things have to be true. This was meant to just give some information about how we can envision it happening. But the whole purpose of this vote is to then commence a period in which the universities can work very closely with Dr. White's team to make it work. Absolutely. I accept that.
You accept that amendment? Thank you.
Very good. And quickly, procedurally, do we need the second to accept the amendment as well?
Was the amendment seconded by you?
Yes, second.
Okay, it was seconded by Board Member Briggs.
Was there a vote taken?
So now, please state the entire motion again so I can capture it.
Yeah, the motion is to support the UMD and Morgan State pilot reading clinic according to the documents on board docs and accepting the Vice Chair's motion to work very closely with Dr. White's team to work out the logistical details of making this work.
Thank you. Board Member Boozer Struthers.
Thank you, Chair Mickens-Murray. I don't see a dollar amount associated with the new materials. What is the budget implication? Sorry if I'm just overlooking that in here.
It's on the back of one of the pages, but it's the same amount as the original proposed amount. It says $386,846.14.
And could I just get a breakdown about how that was determined, and also the other question I have is I did receive some community input on this, and a lot of it was referencing that this is a University of Maryland partnership grant, so it sounds like they're bringing a lot of funds to the table as well. Like, could you explain sort of this whole structure?
Absolutely. I
Thank
think
you.
that given the new clinic that they have, the institute that they have funded there, without that, I don't think they would really have a team in place to even be capable of taking this on. And so they've already done a lot of work on their end to kind of free up people who otherwise would just be teaching college students all day to have kind of more flexibility built into their schedule to take on projects like this with community partners. And so PGCPS would be the first one.
Okay, and the final question is the funds, who actually receives the funds? Or is that going to be in this follow-up report? Like, is this funds for PGCPS employees, funds for University of Maryland?
Yeah, there's some kind of like estimates and yeah, just kind of high-level planning as of right now. I think those details will ultimately be worked out. And so right now, we're just basically earmarking the total dollar amount for Dr. White's team to work with the universities to figure out how that's going to be distributed.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions? Oh, Board Member Valentine, thank you.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification, if it is approved and voted on tonight, we have to wait until June when our full budget is approved by the county council. I guess my question is more of a timeline. Assuming that we do vote on this, it will give time for Mr. Murray, Mr. Maryland, and our administration between now and presumably June to discuss this, presuming that we do have the resources in the budget when it comes back. Even then, it's June, and so I just want to talk about the timeline. If approved now and then eventually, again, when we come back in June for our final budget, what do you think the timeline is in the turnaround to institute this at Hollywood?
Absolutely. So I think in the documents, they say they're planning to start when school starts back in August. And so I think that getting this out there now, hopefully PGCPS and the universities can start to wrap their heads around it now in anticipation of funding in June or July, whatever it is. So I'm hoping that with this kind of runway that we have now, they can kind of start working out those logistical things and start in August.
Thank you. One last question, particularly around Morgan State University. It's highlighted with the University of Maryland. Can you talk more about the role of Morgan State University?
Yeah, I'll share out some links after this, but essentially they're collaborating with professors at Morgan State as well. And so that's the other like partner institution when they funded and started their own clinic. So they're utilizing professors from both universities.
Are there any more second round for Vice Chair Walker?
I teach and am a student at Morgan State University, so this is exciting. However, one of the questions that I just wanted to double check is that in your last statement, it sounded that there were going to be resources that were allotted inside of Dr. Golson's team, more than just Ms. Judith White in reviewing it. So I just wanted to make sure that, do we know what that looks like? And the second is, do we have resourcing? The third is, do we have the funding to fit in the budget? I know we have to get it approved overall, but what is it looking like to fit $350,000 in for a program?
Yeah, about 387. My assumption, we hadn't talked about this in the last budget amendment meeting. In past years, we have added this on top of the county's request. If that is the preference of administration, I'm fine with that approach for now.
One last thing, I also think Dr. Golson and her staff are going to comment on that after we finish budgets tonight. Okay, so she'll comment on it after we.
Right, but, so I'm just getting clear on the vote. When I was asking for the amendment, I was under the impression that we were voting to move forward with what we see right here in the alignment with Dr. Golson's team to look into more details, assuming that once that discussion happened, that this will move forward. But it sounds like, are we just asking for this to be further reviewed so that then it can go to the budget? Just help me with clarity on the motion, please.
We're asking for the money to be included in the budget, and that's up in the air whether it gets approved or not. But throughout the process, Dr. White and her team are more or less going to steer how this is implemented. Did I get that right, Mr. Murray and Dr. White?
Dr. White?
Yeah, I would say that if it's approved, we may come back and say we're only going to focus on tutoring, and so we only need $50,000. I'm not saying that that's what I would say, I'm just giving an example. But we may, because this budget, if you were to look at it, encompasses everything they put in this document. But when Board Member Murray first talked about it, it wasn't everything. If you're talking about one school, you can't do all of this with one school. So it's not until we can dig through all the weeds and pull in all the departments to know specifically what they can do and what it looks like.
Thank you, super clear on the vote, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Dr. Zakor, no? Okay.
My question's been answered. I wanted clarity on the amendment in terms of it's going back to Dr. White's team to take a look at it to see, okay.
All right, are there any more questions from the board? Okay, Dr. Harris, you want to move your motion forward?
Yeah, we can call for the vote on
Okay.
this one.
Are we ready to vote? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays, abstentions? Then the motion carries. Thanks.
All right, colleagues, the second amendment we have for reconsideration, or that was tabled, is the reinstatement of a director or coordinator for diversity and recruitment for Latinx Outreach Focus, which was tabled until today's meeting. Is that Matt?
Muchas gracias, Junta de Prince George's County. Aquí estoy para darle la información sobre la necesidad que tenemos para que nuestros estudiantes tengan representación latina. Quite confusing, right? It's very hard to understand from a different language. That's how our students feel when they're not being understood, when they can't understand the language, and when they feel isolated. My request today is that we focus on our Latino students and increase our teachers. We have 36% of our students, as you know. Only 5% of our teachers are Latinx, our administrators even less. Since our last meeting, I have been working and talking to the community, and now more than ever, I believe that the need is there. I had the opportunity to host with El Sol, the radio station, and the kind of comments that our community was sharing with me made me feel even more stronger that we need representation. Our students need to see themselves in the staff that we have. It's so important for our success, and we need to be the leaders in the area. We need to be the ones that show that we believe in our students, that we care, that our Latino parents are entrusting our students to us, and that we want our students to succeed. So I'm requesting that the amendment to add a director for Latinx hiring, recruitment, and retention be accepted today. Thank you.
Dr. Baldwin.
Thank you for this. Thank you for this opportunity. I think my mic is working. I really don't have, on administration side, I don't have anything else to say. I've already put this position in the budget, so if the board is seeking to grant another position, then I think that that is within your right. I also want to say that this is work that we are committed to, and even without the former position, we've raised those standards from 4.6 to 5, which is also comparable to our surrounding jurisdictions and some other jurisdictions that don't even meet that same criteria. So I think that this is a national effort, and I think that this, we're on board. And as I said, I've already put in the position, so if the board is now putting another position in human resources to do this work, then that is the decision that you all have to make.
Thank you, Dr. Baldwin. Colleagues, I'll accept a motion to take action on the reinstatement of a director or coordinator for diversity and recruitment for Latinx Outreach Focus.
So moved.
Second.
All right, the floor is open for discussion.
Yes, I do have a question.
Wait, hold it.
Thank you. It doesn't work, so that's why.
I know. So Mr. Board Member Valentine first.
Thank you. And I was not around for the original discussion, so just a couple of points of clarification. So the Latin outreach person in your office, was that person put into the budget before or after this recommendation was put in?
Human Resources actually put in the proposed budget through the CEO a different position within the Office of Equity to look at diversity from various perspectives, not only our Latinx population, but our male population, our individuals with disability. We actually submitted a report to the state, which was well received, about our diversity standards and what we're doing. So we were actually ahead of this before it was put in there. At the budget, it was a request to reinstate a former position we had, which was someone that focused solely on the recruitment piece. However, in looking at the work that we need to do, it's beyond recruitment. I can go to lots of job fairs. You have the data on the job fairs that I'm going to that are specific for our Hispanic serving institutions and other places. But the thing is, once we get them here, what are we doing? That's the question that we need to ask. That's the question that goes beyond a recruiter. There needs to be work that's done in each of our schools and our offices to create culturally responsive classrooms and spaces for our adults as well as our students. So this is the work that we had intended on doing because, again, even without the position that we had, we were so committed that we continued to raise the number of teachers, and we will continue that effort.
Can you speak to, and obviously I've been following this work for a while, can you speak to the work that, I'm not sure if he's doing it now, but previously Jerens Campbell was doing around supporting Latino, I believe, male educators, and whether that is still happening?
Yes, so one of the things upon my entry into Prince George's County Public Schools, because I am committed to increasing our population of Hispanic staff, was that I worked with Dr. Golson to get her permission to start a specific Latinx leadership program, and I asked Dr. Jerens Campbell to lead that work. It started off really well, and then I think someone said the t-shirt, but COVID. In March of 2020, COVID hit, and so that program did not finish. We were not able to restart it again, but it's one of the efforts that I wanted to. But what was interesting that speaks to what we understand and what speaks to what Board Member LaSalle Frazier has been speaking to, that we, and I keep emphasizing, I get it, but we have about 10 teachers right now that applied for the assistant principal positions back then and decided they've not decided to apply again. So we reached out and said, why? And these are the things that we learn in our cultural responsive conversations, that they need someone to say, no, you will apply. That's not a very common trait in the African American community. We get a nudge and we kind of get the gist of it and we do it. But what we need from a diversity perspective is to work with our hiring managers or our principals to say, do you see that talent? I need you to tell them to apply. One of my favorite stories is our phenomenal principal, Santiago at Overlook. And she said, Dr. Baldwin, the only reason why I did it was because my teachers told me I had to. So these are the things that, trust me, we get it. We are on the same page with you. We are not here to fight with you. But please, and thank you, Board Member Adam Stafford, for saying this, let us do the logistics. I promise you we will get it done. So I think that speaks to it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My last question, I guess, to my colleague, is it your goal to have two? If she's saying they're putting one in the budget, is your goal to have two representatives for
We
Latinx
have
community?
so much need in our county. This is not just one additional position. I believe that that position that we already have in the budget can help with recruiting and retention of our black male teachers and our other recruitment efforts. But we need more. We have shortages everywhere. More teacher focus is important. And in the conversations that I had with the teachers that overlook the immersion program, I mean, they're short-staffed. They want more assistance. They want support. They want to be able to have affinity groups. They want to be able, and if you look at my budget amendment request, it's not just about recruitment. It's also about creating those systems and those mentoring opportunities for Latinx staff to go to the next level and become those assistant principals and become those principals so that our students can see themselves in them.
Thank you. Board Member Brandon Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with my colleague. I think that, equality can help to stabilize, but equity, is what closes the gap. And equity is giving a certain demographic what they need. And with over 1/3 of the population being Latinx, I think there does need to be extra emphasis on recruiting and teachers, and to be able to make sure that we can accommodate and be inclusive in all our programs in PGCPS. So I agree.
Thank you. Board Member Briggs.
Thanks so much, Chair Mickens Murray. Board Member LaSalle Frazier, I was just curious if you thought that it would be helpful to potentially, if this weren't to pass, expand the scope of the position description that already exists. Could that be, you know, an in-between here where, do you think that it's a matter of there are services that the current position is not addressing that you'd like to see that this new position would be addressing?
I just think that the current position, one person can't do it all. I think that we need to expand the amount of resources that we provide our teachers and our administrators and our children. There's room for a lot to be done in our school district, and we just want to provide more. We want to be able to be there for all of them. I hear it every day. I meet with them. I speak their language, and I hear what they're saying to us. They want the help. They want to feel seen, and this is the teachers and the administrators. They want to be seen, and they want to feel supported by us, our school board.
Board Member, are you finished, Mr. Briggs? Board Member Briggs?
I'm done, thank you.
Board Member Brandon Jackson, second round.
Yeah, so from my understanding, Dr. Baldwin, the first position is to focus on, you know, recruitment for, I guess, minorities, or to be inclusive for all different demographics, right? And I guess and I just want to make sure this is clear for me. The second position is just solely to focus on the Latinx population, right?
So to clarify, the initial position that Human Resources submitted to the budget would focus on diversity overall, with a specific focus, of course, on our Latinx or Hispanic students. You'll have to forgive me because I go back and forth, because for federal government purposes, I have to report it as Hispanic. So that was my initial proposal, because as you know, this summer we also started our first ever diversity series, where we looked at recruiting more males, where we looked at recruiting our Hispanic staff, where we looked at looking at our educators who actually have disabilities. So it's a range. And so that was our focus, because I really do want to hone in on that. I appreciate the support that you all have given with the Office of Equity, but we do need a diversity position. The original, so that's what I put in, but the amendment was to restore a previous position that only focused on recruitment. It did not do anything outside of recruitment. And so that was my first response, that I don't think we need another position on recruitment, because we have a bigger work ahead of us to create the environments that the board member Madeline LaSalle Frazier is referencing. I think that there is, you know, professional learning we need to do. We've had infinity groups. We have those courageous conversations, but we have to go deeper. And so we put it in, that was our thought, but this proposal is now focused solely on a director for recruitment. With logistically, we cannot do. Our human resources information system will not allow us to create a position that we already have. We already have a director of HR that has 175 people under it. So if we're given the position, then we will make it work, but this will be two positions you're giving us and not just one. I hope that I hope that answers your question.
Yes.
So we originally put in one, your colleague has put in for another.
Right, understood. Thank you.
Board Member Adam Stafford.
Thank you so much, and I was very happy to work with my colleague on thinking through this really important budget amendment. And I wanted to state, one of the things that I want to share is that I believe what it says here is that it could either be a director or a coordinator. So I think there's some flexibility here in thinking about how this looks. And I know that the HR department does a lot. You all have gone to Puerto Rico, you have gone to other areas in the country to try to recruit. And I do think that having someone in the office that looks like the population that we're trying to attract, and we have not had much success with, I think that could be a critical factor and helping us to attract and attain the top Hispanic talent from across the world, really, because you all have done a lot of international efforts. And I really just want to say that you know, in my district especially, we have a lot of Latinx families that really feel that they have been locked out of the system. They feel like they don't have that reflection of themselves. And so, you know, when we think about a lot of the work that the district has done around culturally responsive spaces, you know, this is one of those components and one of those factors. So colleagues, I would just urge you to support this amendment. I really think that we could be leaders in the region by having a very specific targeted role that will do some of the things that we've set out to do as a board. Thank you.
Are there any more questions? Student Board Member Saron Ruiz. I know.
So, I have a question, Dr. Murphy Baldwin. I know you mentioned that the proposed position would be focused on recruitment. Can you tell us kind of the role and specific jobs or assignments that the one that was already proposed would be doing?
So just for clarification, the one that Human Resources proposed would not just focus on recruitment. It would be an effort. Human Resources, the wonderful thing about our division is we're the only one that spans across the entire school district. So our goal was to create a position that could look at various programs and ideas and not just solely the recruitment. So recruitment would be one, but then also there are other things. One of the things during the pandemic year, we went to probably 5 University of Texas systems. We had almost 200 individuals that were willing to come to PGCPS. The pandemic hit, but one of the main questions from our data was housing. And some of you know that I'm really a big proponent on housing. And so these are things in my mind, this position that I had proposed would go beyond the scope of recruitment, but I think it was one of our new board members, why can't we do like a P3 housing community for these individuals that we are recruiting here? Like, that would be awesome I think New Jersey and San Francisco are the only ones. So, yes, the position will help with recruitment, but it's more than just recruitment. What about the housing initiatives? What about I have so many international teachers who unfortunately through the International Transcript Office with the Department of Education are denying our staff from Venezuela and Colombia denying their degree. So the state of Maryland doesn't even recognize these things. So I have a wonderful paraprofessional at one of our locations who has a degree from a university in Columbia, but the International Transcript Office from the Department of Ed will not grant it. So the only position they can have is a paraprofessional. So there are advocacy works, and I know Chair Mickens-Murray has asked me to write things. These are the things like I need the help with. So again, we put it in to do a broad span, not just recruitment, because that is just only one level of the work that we have to do to reach the goal that all of you want.
Thank you. And so I do want to also thank Board Member LaSalle Frazier for allowing me to co-sponsor on this as well. Colleagues, I just wanted to share a little bit of my own experience. I've been in PGCPS since pre-K, so it's been about 14 years. Went to Glen Ridge Elementary, Judge Sylvania Woods, Glen Arden Woods, Kenmore Middle, Parkdale High, and now Eleanor Roosevelt High School. And all these years, I only had one teacher who looked like me, and she left a month after being my teacher. But throughout my years, and I want to touch on the piece that was spoken about, students being exposed to different cultures, different backgrounds, you know, being able to have a lot of African American teachers. I've learned so much about the culture, learning about so much about their background, hell, learn about the electric slide, learn so many different things that I was exposed to. And I feel like a lot of our students could benefit from having more Latino students, you know, learning more about my culture, my background, and seeing that within the classroom. I think that could really benefit our students in being well-rounded as they leave PGCPS. I understand that a position was proposed, but I think these two could go hand in hand in making sure we raise our numbers and bring diversity to PGCPS. I think we could propose it. I really think we should propose this, and I urge colleagues to support this.
Any other comments for discussion from board members? You? Okay, Vice Chair.
Thank you so much for proposing this and for all of the work, help that you had with other board members on this. I am a huge proponent of being in a classroom and having representation from people that look like you teaching you. I think my hesitation on this is exactly what was talked about the limitation of recruitment. I think that just having been on many recruitment teams, I know that what we need is more than recruitment. So you get them here as the work, but then doing the work is really the work. And then retaining and then motivating, all of that takes time and energy and beyond recruitment. It's more than a three-step process. And so I want to look this way and just ask you, I think I did hear this, Dr. Baldwin, is that the position that you currently have now, you are planning, and we will be able to see data that shows us increases in the Latinx community representation, as well as the programming that you're going to put that we haven't yet seen. I just want to make sure that that's true. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, and I also want to remind us that we have critical success indicators
Yes.
that also we're held accountable for.
Excellent. And I wanted to just double back on that because I think we are all in alignment that we need more Latinx folks inside of our communities, our schools that look like us because, excuse me, what happened?
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I think we're all in alignment that we need increases in our communities, absolutely and hands down. I think the only question, and let me talk for me, my only hesitation is to ensure that if we are proposing an additional staff member inside of the budget, that we make sure that this staff is absolutely going to have the requirements that we need to actually move the needle forward. As I was doing my own school visits, I was asked so many times for, I'll just use it even for autism coordinators, for instance. And I know that there's populations, different populations, and we need people that look like us, but I just want to ensure that when we ask for something, we're being comprehensive, and then we're also holding our folks accountable for what they're going to do. And I think what I hear is that there's newness happening, and we should see some awesomeness happening.
If you refer to my amendment and you look at it, it's not just a recruitment. I don't know where the recruitment part is being focused so much on that. My amendment talks about recruitment, supporting our teachers, creating intentionally mentoring and supporting our current talent, and focusing on creating and trusting and safe environment where teachers that are currently here are willing to move up the ranks to assistant principals and principals because they feel protected and supported by leadership. So when you look at the amendment and you look at the title, it is Latinx hiring, recruitment, and retention. We're not just focusing on recruitment because that would not be effective. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to Dr. Zipporah Miller.
I didn't want to belabor. I think we've asked Dr. Baldwin the same question over and over for clarity. I just want, as Board Member Adam Stafford was stating some clarification on the amendment, and I do agree, we are all in alignment. We do need to increase the number of Hispanic teachers, administrators, paraprofessionals in the school system. I think, I think I've heard you say that this position would be focused on recruitment, retention. You talked about affinity groups, professional learning, ensuring that school leaders were culturally responsive. So I just want to make sure, I thought I heard the same thing from my colleague as well, to ensure that that's what it was. And then also, just for clarification, you also mentioned it is an executive level position, correct?
Right. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. So I think with that Yeah.
Point of information, it's a coordinator or a director. So I think it could be executive level or not. I would defer to the administration.
Yes, Board Member Adam Stafford, they both, either of those positions are executive level.
Miss, Board Member Miller, are you finished?
Yes, thank you.
We'll go second round for Board Member Brandon Jackson. Mr. Jackson?
I thought you said her first, I'm sorry. I guess what I was saying is that I don't think that the amendment has to be end-all, be-all. I think the diversity and inclusion elephant has to be eaten one spoonful at a time. And I think by starting in one place, adding this executive level position can start, movement towards where we're trying to go to, our ideal state. And then later, I heard Dr. Baldwin talk about, sustainable, housing for recruiting and all these other different components to making sure that we can even the playing field. So I think that those things can be thought of too later, but I wouldn't throw out something good just because we don't have everything that we want at the beginning. I don't think that's what she's saying. I'm just saying that just in general. I think this is a place where we can start. This isn't the finish line.
Thank you. Board Member Boozer Struthers?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank my colleague, Board Member Lasse Frazier, for including me in this proposal, and I'm proud to be a co-sponsor, and I guess I just want to say I'd like us to call for the vote.
Okay, I have a question, though. All board members finished? My question is, does it need to be a director's position, or can it be a lower level?
So, I don't want us to get lost in titles. I think that the work is what's important.
Okay.
I want to be focused on Latinx recruitment, hiring, and retention.
Okay, so your comment, does that mean that Dr. Baldwin would be able to determine the level of the position? Because you asked for a director.
Her department is the ones that create the day-to-day operations, and the
Okay.
vision is for it to be focused on the 36% student population that we have right now.
Okay, that is helpful. Okay. I'm calling for the vote. All in favor of this amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays, abstentions, or against the vote? No. Okay. The motion passes. All right. Any more comments from you, Chairman?
No, ma'am.
Harris. Okay.
I would now like to introduce item 6.3 that requires board approval of the fiscal year 2024 Board of Education requested operating budget. Before we take that vote, I am going to ask our Acting Chief Financial Officer, Lisa Howell, to give a presentation on where we are in the state of finance and budget for the fiscal year 2024 projections.
Okay, Ms. Howell.
Thank you, Dr. Golson. The initial preliminary state aid was shared on January 20th. Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, thanks.
And we received updates this past weekend that were released to the superintendents. There were 3 primary changes coming out of that recent release. First, net taxable income, which is a component in determining wealth for each county, it's used in the equalizing state aid formulas. This data was changed to capture the late tax filers as of November 1st. So MSDE updated all of the wealth data and the changes based on the changes received from the state comptroller. The resulting change for PGCPS has shifted a larger portion of the blueprint funding from the local county to the state. And we'll see this a little bit later on in the presentation. Second, MSDE has reconciled farms count data with the State Department of Budget and Management as there were discrepancies. For PGCPS, this resulted in a higher count for students receiving free and reduced meals, which is used in the funding formulas for compensatory education and the concentration of poverty grants. Finally, the third change in the recent release relates to the maintenance of effort for each county, which was provided and shared to us in this most recent submission, as well as the updated local share requirements reflecting the changes discussed earlier. The maintenance of effort is determined using the same per pupil funding from the previous year times the current year's actual enrollment count. The county is required to fund the local school system at the greater of MOE or the local share of the major funding formulas. For fiscal year '24, the county is required to fund the school system based off of the local share because that is greater than MOE. So keep in mind as we go through this presentation that the funding formulas, the revenue that we're seeing, is still under review and is subject to the legislative budget process.
Thank you. Any other comments, Dr. Goals?
Continuing on. The fiscal year '24 unrestricted estimated revenues based on the preliminary state aid is increasing over the prior year as we expected, primarily driven by the mandates of the blueprint as discussed during the CEO's proposed budget presentation in December. The county contribution is the required local share, as mentioned earlier, of all the state aid programs, as well as estimated energy and telecom taxes, which are to be used towards the funding of the operating budget. The increase that you see of $77.3 million for fiscal year '24 is the largest increase the county has experienced in 1 year. Under the new blueprint legislation, it is expected that the county will only fund the amount required under the law. The unrestricted revenue is increasing by $30.9 million compared to the CEO's proposed budget. This is primarily driven by compensatory education due to the higher student count, which includes community eligibility provision schools, which are direct certified, in addition to the farm's eligible count. In addition, special education is slightly lower than our preliminary estimates based on the proposed budget that used a lower student count that was subsequently certified with MSDE. The governor's budget also outlined an increase in funding for the special education non-public placement educational program of $5.7 million, as well as transportation funding of $3.6 million. These increases were offset, however, by a realignment of funding for struggling early learners, kindergarten through grade 3, from unrestricted to restricted revenue of $8.9 million. Again, this is a realignment from unrestricted to restricted, not a total reduction in revenue. There were some also other minor reductions in targeted student funding of around $115,000. In aggregate, these other state aid program changes resulted in a minor net increase of around $329,000. So the primary changes really at a high level is really tied to compensatory education and a reduction in special education, slight reduction. As noted earlier, the changes in the net taxable income impacted the funding formulas, shifting a greater share of the major aid programs from the county to the state. So this still demonstrates the overall increase in the current revenue as compared to the CEO proposed budget of $30.9 million, but you see how it's shifting with more of that responsibility going to the state. Oops. Wrong button there. In looking at the total operating budget revenue, there were also changes to restricted programs. The Transitional Supplemental Instruction Grant is increasing by $8.6 million. primarily due to a realignment of funding from unrestricted to restricted revenue to support early learners as stated before, as well as minor increases for other grants around $52,000. These increases are offset by a reduction in the concentration of poverty grants totaling approximately $5.4 million. While the COP grants are lower than what was estimated in the CEO's proposed budget, there is still an increase over the fiscal year 23 appropriation of approximately $4 million, with more schools eligible to receive personnel grants to fund community school coordinators and healthcare practitioners. These total changes to the county and state restricted programs result in a net increase of $3.26 million. Given the recent changes in the state and local revenue outlined earlier, the CEO is recommending the following adjustments. First, additional supports are required to meet the needs of our students in fiscal year 24 to promote improved student outcomes. In accordance with the blueprint legislation, resources will primarily be allocated to schools to support expanded technology-based instructional materials for teachers and students, virtual learning opportunities to augment in-person instructional delivery, and other academic enrichment programs. In addition, we will continue to expand mental health and behavioral health supports, including Hazel Health, which will be transitioning from the county to be fully funded by the school district in fiscal year 2024. The additional non-public state funding is required to support the cost of placements for children with disability in a non-public educational program. The additional transportation state funding will be allocated towards transportation costs for our public school students and disabled children, including fuel, part-time wages, and overtime. The changes in grant funding outlined earlier requires adjustments to the budgeted expenditures to support allowable activities outlined in the grant award. Finally, the teacher contribution rate is changing from 14.65% to 14.86% as outlined in the governor's budget, with the local school districts expecting to absorb this increase for fiscal year 24, similar to the shift that's occurring in fiscal year 2023. This is in addition to the estimated increase of $13.8 million already included in the CEO's proposed budget. With these proposed CEO adjustments, the fiscal year 24 reconciled operating budget equals $2.786 billion. During the budget work session on February 13th, the recommended amendments to the CEO's proposed annual budget totaling $2.18 million were approved. The budget amendment requested amounts were revalidated and updated to reflect estimated cost. For the contract language access services amendment, Spanish and ASL interpretation services are already provided at all board virtual meetings. In addition, Spanish telephonic interpretation is provided for in-person, regular board meetings, and public hearings. There would be a nominal additional expense incurred for interpretation services at work session meetings, depending on the frequency and the length of those meetings. It might run between $400 and $600 per meeting. Regarding the translation services for board documents, $34,000 was added to the board office budget in fiscal year 23 to translate existing board policies into Spanish and French. The same spend level of $34,000 is also in the board's base budget for fiscal year 2024. Google Translate is an option to be considered at no additional cost. As such, the approval of the Contract Language Access Services Amendment does not reflect an additional impact to the budget, as there is funding available to begin translating existing board policies and better assess future needs. However, if there is an intent to use an external vendor to translate all documents, existing board policies, any subsequent updates, work group reports, and other large projects into multiple languages other than Spanish or French. This will likely go beyond the scope of what could be funded out of the existing budget and will be at a higher cost. For the school-based health clinics, the current budget includes $1,027,000 to support 4 existing wellness centers. The additional estimated cost of $1.8 million would support the expansion to staff the 6 additional sites. We also updated the amendment for the last 2 amendments that you see there were pending, coming out of the last work session on February 13th. When you consider where we end with the approved amendments, the fiscal year 24 requested operating budget is $2.788 million, balanced between revenues and expenditures. With the 2 pending amendments that were tabled from February 13th that have been approved tonight, we would have to fund this deficit of $742,000 that would need to be funded with other cost reductions in order to maintain a balanced budget between revenues and expenditures. And I do want to just highlight that the amendment for the diversity director position, if that's what's moving forward with, it was also costed to include an administrative secretary, which is required for all director positions at the school system.
This concludes our report, and now we are open for vote.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions? Board member Shayla Adams Stafford.
Thank you. I would like to make an amendment to the budget for an education equity audit on policy, proposal, and practice.
I think it's too late for, I think we had a process where we were supposed to have them in by a certain time, and I think you had an opportunity at the, one of those budget hearings, maybe it was the 13th.
Yes,
And
we can still make amendments to the budget at this time.
I guess my point is, Board Member Shayla Adams Stafford, is that we entertained it and it did not pass.
At that
am I talking?
time, yes, at that time, we were, so specifically at that meeting, we asked about an equity audit, and we were told that the school system had already conducted an equity audit. And so what the results that we received from the administration when we asked for the findings from that were the results of a culture and climate survey. Now, a culture and climate survey is a wonderful thing, and I'm really glad that the district has undergone that. But an equity audit is a comprehensive examination of a school district's policies. They identify areas of inequality and provide recommendations for improvement. And the focus of the audit is to address systemic barriers that might prevent some students from accessing high-quality educational opportunities regardless of their race, ethnicity, background, or personal characteristics. A climate survey is really a tool that gathers data and feedback from students, teachers, and other stakeholders about their perceptions of the school environment. It might ask questions about school safety, teacher-student relationships, school culture, and things that impact students' well-being and academic performance. And so an equity audit would be focused on identifying systemic issues and providing recommendations for change at the policy level, which really is our charge as the board.
But, excuse me, I believe you gave us the presentation at a previous board meeting. I do not believe it passed. I think it would be appropriate and more in order if you were going to bring it back next year. I think we had a process that we all agreed upon through the Obafor team. And if you want to put a motion on the floor, we can entertain the motion. But what I am saying is that we need to honor our own processes that we work to create.
Yes, I understand, and I do appreciate the fact that we have had a process this year that has given us some specific parameters. However, it doesn't preclude us as board members from bringing forth budget amendments until the budget has been finalized and passed. And I think that when we did vote on the previous amendment that I brought forward, the information that we received was a little bit different than what we actually received when we wanted that finalization of what actually
Okay, so
had
let's
occurred.
Let's
Mhm.
move the process forward, okay?
Sure. Mhm.
If you want to put a motion on the floor,
Yes.
you put a motion on the floor.
Thank you.
And the board members will entertain that motion.
So I move to make an amendment to the budget to have an equity audit on policy, proposal, and practice. And based on the discussion on the previous amendment, this amendment has a fiscal note of $250,000 with a strong emphasis on policy, procedure, and practice.
Okay, and you understand that that 250,000 is on top of the 700,000 deficit that they're already showing with the amendments that we approved tonight, that went through the process that we all agreed upon. But there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Oh, okay, they're not working. Okay, Board Member Boozer-Struther.
Yeah, thank you so much. And colleague Adam Stafford, I certainly commend your commitment to equity. And I guess for me, looking at the proposed expenditures, to me, it seems quite, redundant to, the deep equity work we've done. We had Race and Equity Task Force in 2017 that led to the writing in 2018 and 2019 of the equity policy, which is a national model. We then did deep dive into the equity strategic planning process and now have the 100 critical success indicators, the majority of them measuring equity and, of course, revealing some information where we know we have the hard work ahead. And we've moved many equity programs through budgeting for sure. So I think the $250,000 is redundant to the efforts and to the funding that we already put towards understanding our equity measurements. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Brandon Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my question, I don't know which person out of the cabinet that would be able to address this to, but my question is about the scope of the audit. All audits are not created equal, so I just kind of want to know the diversity, equity, and inclusion audit that was sent to us, and then the scope of the audit that Member Stafford is talking about. Are they aligned? Were they the same scopes? Because she's talking about like systemic policies and issues, and then the audit that you guys gave us, are they aligned in the same scope?
I think it'd be beneficial for us to give you the actual equity policy that the board actually created, and then the critical success indicators that we use that we've created from that equity policy. That's what drives our work, and that's why we've included equity leads in all of our schools, and we do our work in the summer as well around additional, for lack of a better term, affinity groups where we talk about closing those gaps. We can provide that.
Board Member Briggs.
Thank you, Chair Mickens Murray. Dr. Golson, I just had a quick question for clarity around maybe it's semantics, but I know that there was shared a version of an equity audit with the full board, and it was called a climate survey, I think.
Actually, they're two different. So the climate survey is what we've done that's public. We do have for lack of a better term, a non-external dashboard that we keep data. So I will work with our accountability team to do an information session for the board around that non-public equity dashboard that we have.
And that's the climate survey?
No, it's separate.
It's separate, okay.
Correct.
So the climate survey is the equity audit, or is it?
Nope, once again, it's separate. Those are
Okay.
two different entities.
Okay, so you haven't shared the equity audit with us yet?
So the data, our equity data dashboard is a non-public interfacing dashboard, so we'll have to work to provide a presentation for you for that.
I see, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any more questions from board members? Dr. Harris?
So if this non-facing entity exists, or non-facing, dashboard exists, what, would the new audit produce new data?
I don't know that the new audit will produce new data, because we actually had that already completed and done. What we are working for is creating a public dashboard that really gets at that. And I think, Dr. Baldwin has already started that process.
Are there any more, is there any more discussion, any board members? Second round for Board Member Adam Stafford.
Yes, so I just wanted to clarify that the climate survey is focusing on gathering feedback from stakeholders and identifying the areas of concern that need attention. Like the dashboard will show, I'm assuming will show the results of those surveys and the what, right? That shows where are the gaps. Whereas an equity audit will dig into the why. You know, what are the policies that we have that might be exclusionary? Where are there areas that people are unable to access some of the programs and services that we have, and get down to the root cause analysis? And really, that is our charge as a board. Our charge is specifically to look at, in policy 0101, to look at and remove institutional barriers by ensuring that there are not obstacles to accessing educational opportunities and supports. And so, you know, this is really standard practice for districts of our size, for the board to issue an equity audit from an outside entity to provide us with this level of analysis. You know, I do applaud the internal efforts that have been done by the school district, but you know, as we know, it can be easy to overlook, you know, biases that we may have as, you know, someone that works within the system. That's why having an outside group come and really take a deep dive look at our policies and procedures and how they translate to practice, it will help inform our work as a board. And I just can't reiterate enough how doing some type of equity audit could potentially even save us money in the future. It could help us say, well, this program that you're doing to address this issue actually is not as effective as this program. And so those are the types of things that we should be discussing as a board as we think at a systemic level. So I just wanted to offer that.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Board Member Valentine.
Thank you. And I imagine the hang up for some board members is the cost, and to the chair's point about the deficit. So the question is to my colleague, understanding that it's not necessarily in principle, but it's more fiscal. Would you be willing, or is there conversation about leaving the fiscal note open and allowing the administration to come back with the recommendation on how this could be done to address some of the board members' misgivings about the current overrun of fund, but also the agreement that this information could be helpful not only for the administration, but also for the board moving forward?
To respond to that, yes, I would say that I have seen RFPs for this type of work, and I think for a system of our size, this is on par with what others may bid for, but I'm certainly open to allowing the administration to determine what would be useful in terms of costs, just as long as we are engaging an entity that is reputable in conducting, you know, work of this size and can give us the type of data and analysis and recommendations that we would want to see.
Thank you. I'll just add, I mean, if this does pass, I think the idea that there are, whether it be nonprofits or higher education institutions that could or would do this at less cost should be considered.
Thank you. Board Member Zipporah Miller, first round. You want to speak?
Thank you so much. If I can recall, I believe at the last work session, we learned that an equity audit was already conducted, And then Dr. Goldson sent us the climate survey, but there was also a video that was attached to it, and that video gave an explanation of the, I think the dashboard, I think that she may be referring to, and really gave some details or some insight of what you can learn from that dashboard.
Do you have, are you looking
I didn't have a
for-
question, but I believe that's, she's offered to give us insight, a deep, insight into that dashboard, but that video did show more than what was on the PowerPoint.
I understand that, and we visited all of that at the previous meeting. Dr. Harris, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think the motion needs to be restated if we're looking at what Board Member Adam Stafford has said and Board Member Valentine, just so everybody's clear on what we're voting on.
Okay, so Board Member Adam Stafford, do you want to restate your motion?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move to make an amendment to the budget for an education equity audit on policy proposal and practice. And the fiscal note, we would allow the administration to provide this information based on the scope that's detailed in the board action summary.
Okay, I'm going to need you to write that down, please. Is there a second?
Second.
Who was, Briggs, okay. Dr. Zipporah Miller, second round.
I wonder whether you'd consider an amendment for us to first look at what we have in place before we look at requesting an equity audit.
Yes, I think we have seen what the district has done, and as I mentioned, I think it is great that they have begun to do some internal work on these topics. But the reason why we as the board need to conduct an audit for ourselves is the fact that a district evaluating itself can miss a lot of the blind spots. And that's why an outside audit would really help to provide a different perspective as to the why and the how. You know, the information that we have now is telling us the what, it's telling us where those gaps are, but, having that outside information, that outside
Yeah, excuse me, so
evaluator.
your answer to her amendment is no. You won't accept an amendment. You won't do an amendment. That's where, that was
Well,
the
I mean, I
question.
think what
Her
my
question was,
I think an audit encompasses looking at what exists. I mean, I don't.
but we just need the answer. Are you going to take her amendment or not? No? You said no.
Are you saying like in place of having an audit? I guess maybe I'm confused.
Yes, because we learned that there was an audit, so we can first learn what is in place and what was learned from the audit, because my understanding, it was by an outside vendor, it wasn't it was not done.
And that's my understanding, is that it was not an audit. We asked for the results of the audit and we received the culture and climate
So
survey.
again, I will say, the answer is no to her amendment, correct? So we can
Okay,
move the
yes.
process along. Thank you. Second round for Board Member Boozer Struthers.
Yeah, I think the more I hear you talk about the goals, Board Member Adam Stafford, to me, it's sounding more like a focus work group, that it's, bringing together the stakeholders to make real change. I don't think a third party's going to tell us too much more than we already know. I think our students and staff and community members and nonprofits, for sure, raise these issues with us that I think a focus work group would actually be where the points of action could be found, whereas the audit would just be more data. So I'm suggesting maybe that your goals would be better met with a significant, diverse focus work group. Thank you.
Board Member Adam Stafford, are you going to respond or you don't want to respond to her?
No, I think an audit is going to use a mix of research methods, from quantitative to qualitative data, small work groups. They'll look at do policy reviews.
So the answer is no. So-
I'm just trying to provide an explanation
Yeah.
and have dialogue with my colleagues.
I know,
so-
but it's getting late, so, Board Member Jackson, and this is your second round?
Jackson. Yeah, so I just have a quick question for Dr. Golson. I guess, what's the battle rhythm for audits? Like, is it like annually or like biannually? And I think the goal is for the school board to work, with the administration. I think it will be great if after we see the data that's internal that you guys have, if it doesn't look like, I guess, the scope of the audit that some of the board members have concerns about today, is there opportunity for the board to partner with you and your team to tighten the scope to reflect, some of the concerns that they may have if they don't already address it?
I think the recommendation that Board Member Boozer Strother gave is what you actually are trying to do. When you see that dashboard and see the data, then there are action items that come from it, and that's what a good task force group would do.
Any more comments from any board members? Then we'll call for the question. And the question, as I understand it, is to fund an equity audit for policy and something else. I'm sorry, Board Member Adam. Proposal and practice. All procedure and practice. Okay, can you repeat it for me, please, so that everybody can? Your mic, that mic.
My shorthand might not be great, so what might need a little bit of help, but what I have here is a motion to amend the budget for policy, procedure, and practice to allow administration to provide details and scope. Is that fair?
I said that the board action summary would define the scope and the administration could define the cost.
Can you state the motion?
Yes, so the motion is for us to approve an equity audit to focus on policy, procedure, and practice, in which the details, the scope of it would be defined in the board action summary, and the cost can be determined by the administration, so that the RFP or whoever we designate to do this work would fulfill the scope of the board action summary.
Did you get that?
To approve the equity audit.
Okay.
In the
Focus on the policy and
to move, yeah, to
procedures.
amend, yep. Allow administration to provide the details and scope based on the board action summary.
Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion on the
There was a
floor
question.
regarding funding the equity audit to focus on policy, procedures, and
Practice.
and practices? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I think we should do the roll call. Thank you.
Mrs. Adam Stafford?
Aye.
Ms. Boozer Strother?
No.
Mr. Briggs?
Aye.
Dr. Harris? Mrs. LaSalle Frazier?
Aye.
Dr. Zipporah Miller?
No.
Mr. David Murray?
Aye.
Mr. Valentine? Ms. Walker?
No.
Mrs. Mickens Murray?
No.
Dr. Harris?
Aye.
Motion fails. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson. So motion passed.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7. What do you have?
We have 7, the student member votes, so we had 7.
Oh, okay.
7 votes.
It's a budget, so the student can't vote. Yeah.
We have 7 ayes,
Right,
yes. We have 3 nays.
so it passed. Okay. Moving on to, we need to I need a motion to approve the fiscal year 2024 Board of Education requested operating budget, including the new amendments.
Motion to approve item 6.3 fiscal year 2024 Board of Education requested operating budget.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? No discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Abstentions? The motion carries. Okay. Now, we're moving to the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program. Dr., okay.
Yes.
Spring 2022
Thank you.
results.
Yep, thank you. I will have Dr. Strader, who will provide an overview of Part 1 of the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program Spring 2022 results. Presentation Part 2 will take place on March 23rd. I now turn the mic over to Dr. Strader.
All right, good evening, everyone. Chair Mickens-Murray, Vice Chair Walker, honored members of the board, thank you this evening for your time so that I can share the PGCPS results of the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program. I'm going to, yes, there we go, roll through a couple of these slides here to try to keep the points salient at this point. So first, I want to give you a little bit of background on where we are with this assessment program. Tonight, we're going to be sharing the most recent administration of the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program, which I'll continue to refer to as the MCAP assessment. But I did wish to share some of the history here because we have been impacted by the pandemic. So the last administration that we have, the formal administration, was during spring of 2019. That was the last assessment pre-pandemic, and it was actually leveraging that old PARC template, if you can recall that. The state then shared an interest of changing the assessment, updating it to be a computer adaptive model, and wished to implement that model. However, again, we had an interruption with the pandemic. So looking at the 2020 school year as well as the 2021 school year, we did not assess our students. So fast forward. We did have a federal compliance regulation that we did have to assess our students following our 2021 school year, as well as MSD had a need to field test their items for their new assessment. So there was an administration, an early fall administration in 2021. Following that early fall administration, we have the spring 22 administration, which is the administration we're going to talk to this evening. So what has changed between the 2019 MCAP versus the 2022 MCAP? This slide here illustrates the difference. As the state has attempted to reduce the amount of testing time, it has also had to reduce the number of reportable performance levels. So with the prior assessment, we had 5, now we have 4. What you see highlighted here in green are the performance levels that actually identify proficiency. So with the new assessment, proficiency levels 3 and 4 actually designate proficiency. So this takes us a deeper dive into these performance levels and how they are now defined. The point here that I wish to share, if you look at the definitions for each of these performance levels, you'll still see the reference to college and career readiness as their definition for proficiency. So what does that mean? That allows the state to continue to maintain their trends from the performance back in 2019 and prior to 2022 moving forward. However, that also means that because college and career readiness is a considerably high standard, we shouldn't expect to see much difference in our results. So here's a timeline. Just wanted to highlight some key points here so you're aware of what data has been made available to our stakeholders as well as what's to come. Tonight, February 23rd, we're sharing the first version, the overall summary of the MCAP results. So in addition to that, on the Tuesday, the 28th, the State Board of Education will be releasing the Maryland State Report Cards, which is that star rating system. So that's coming up next Tuesday. To prepare for that, Dr. Goldson mentioned earlier that we will be providing webinars to our parents to assist in their understanding and preparing for that release. So that's going to round up February. In March, March 7th, the results of those star ratings will be published on the state's website. So that's when it's going to hit the news. Keep it clean. All right, so then moving forward, March 9th through the 16th, those individual student results will be forwarded to our parents. So that's the actual results, the individual student results. To prepare for that release, we'll be hosting another parent webinar to, again, assist our parents in understanding this information. That'll be hosted on the 16th. And last but not least, on the 23rd, that Dr. Golson alluded to, we will be back here before the board to take a deeper dive into the MCAP results, as well as be sharing the results of the Maryland report card, that star rating system. We'll be providing an overview then. So let's take a deep dive into the data here. So the next three slides were actually presented at the January 24 state board meeting. This slide right here contains the state's ELA trend for the past three administrations that I mentioned earlier. That would be the spring 2019, the fall 2021, and the spring 2022 results. So when you look at this, that you'll notice that gray bar in the middle, that's that fall administration I was talking about. That administration really is somewhat of an anomaly compared to the 2019 and 2022 data. That assessment, again, was more of a field test for what was to come in 22. So for the purpose of this conversation, I'm really focusing on that 2019 administration compared to the 22 administration. So what do we see here? Notice that at the state level, again, this is the state level, for English language arts, what you're seeing here is that the state has increased in every grade level in performance from 2019 to 2022, in every grade level with the exception of grade 5, grade 7, and 8. So at that state board meeting, they also, of course, ranked our districts, and they provided this visual of the state so you can see on the right side, it's ranking the districts from lowest performing at the top to highest performing at the bottom. The good news here is that if we go back to 2019 and we look at the similar state board presentation there, we were second from the bottom. So our actual ELA performance here has increased in grades 3 through 8, has caused us to move up 4 positions. Looking at grade 10, this is English 10, our high school course. Again, similar trends. Back in 2019, we were second from the bottom, only to Baltimore City. We have now moved up in the rankings, moved up 4 positions to where it stands now. When looking at these charts, though, it's also important to look at how close those districts are bunched up. So you're looking at a difference of just a couple percentage points in performance for each of these districts. So I do wish to share that. It's something for us to consider. So we can continue to move fairly easily within that light band, that light blue band that you see there. So where is Prince George's County Public Schools as far as our own performance on these assessments? So this slide right here includes just our data, okay? The last slide was the state data. This is our data. So similar to the slide that I shared earlier, we have experienced an increase. But unlike the state, that experienced increase with the exception of grade 5, 7, and 8, we experience increases in all grade levels. It's also important to note too that our increase actually outpaced the state in their increase, which helps us to close those gaps between us and the state. And that growth, you can see on this slide here, the green bar to the right is actually the growth gain that we experienced from 2019 to 2020, or 2019 to 2022. Take a look at the far right column. English 10, we experienced one of the most significant growths across the state. The state as a whole gained about 10 percentage points. We gained 20 percentage points within this district. That is a lot to celebrate, worthy of celebration within our high schools and everyone that contributes to their efforts. So a lot of folks ask, okay, so we see where the cut is for proficiency, but how many of those kids are on that bubble? How many kids are like right there, but just not quite? What does that curve look like? How easy is it going to be to move our kids into proficiency from those percentages I just shared with you? How we interpreted that is how many students are within 10 scale score points out of the 200 on a range, how many students are within 10 scale score points of being proficient? And this is the results. For ELA, roughly 20% of our tested population are within that bubble. So they're within just an item or two on that test of moving from that performance level of 2 up to the performance level of 3. So when I go back and you look at these percentages like in the 30 percentages, on an average about 32% across all of our grade levels, with hopefully minimal effort, we can possibly bump that easily up to like the 40, 50 percentage points. It's within reach for us. So now I'd like to turn this over to my esteemed colleague, Dr. White, to share some interventions and work that's going on in our curriculum office.
So whenever we bring data, I always just like to bring us back to what do we do in the classroom. You know, I did an extensive presentation at the beginning of the year with my colleagues, and I really laid out everything we're doing, but I just kind of want to bring back, just so you know that we didn't wait till right now to put things in place. We knew going into the school year that we had to put things in place to help our students. And so you're familiar with me talking about the different interventions and tutoring opportunities that we have for our students. We know that some are after school, and we know that some are during the school day. This year, we've really taken time to look at our data, to see what's working, to try to figure out where we want to put our finances towards as we think about interventions and tutoring in the summer. We spent a lot of time over the last 2 years. We started when students were home of really breaking down our elementary curriculum, really now trying to focus on the science of reading. You've heard a lot about that, really trying to make sure our teachers are trained, which is a total shift. It's a shift in pedagogy, it's a shift in thinking, it's a shift in implementation. So it's going to take us a minute to get the teachers trained and to provide the professional development needed for that. We also took time to really break down our curriculum, really look for places where we could make it more explicit and find opportunities to give teachers more examples of what they should be doing. Therefore, in all of our courses, and you'll hear me say the same thing for mathematics, we built for reading and mathematics exemplar courses. We know for teachers right now, they have to do all of this on top of school just being school. And everybody knows what I mean when I say school. Before their children just walk in the door, school is being school. And so when you try to overlay curriculum to that, we wanted to make sure that we built modules of curriculum that they could just go with and not have to think about how do I have to plan it and what do I have to do. We also, by state law, are implementing a universal screener because we're trying to catch those students that, if are not caught up by grade 3, could potentially be below grade level. And so we implement a universal screener in reading for DIBELS at our youngest learners, and then we put them in that Lexia Core 5 automatically. If they are at a certain point, we put them in intervention during the school day automatically. The schools are identified, they know who those students are. We work with the reading specialists and the reading leaders in those buildings to make sure that's occurring. And then we are constantly offering professional development and virtual hours. So again, these aren't things that I'm just saying today. These are things that we started the school year saying we know we need to do. Know that my team right now is working on where we must change going into next year. We do surveys, we've been surveying our teachers, we're looking at curriculum. We're saying if we know teachers are not on pace, what must we do to get teachers on pace? We know that when we look at our benchmarks, if we're not on pace and we take a benchmark, it's not accurate. If we're already off pace, we're going to be continued off pace as we try to help them move the curriculum along. So just continually trying to think of those things. When we come back in March, I'll be able to come back talking about some of the challenges we faced and what we've done to address them. And I'll also talk about what are some of those innovative things that we've put in place to try to bring excitement, to talk about the cultural responsiveness and just different areas to the classroom.
All right, thank you. So transitioning now to the mathematics results. So following the same slide progression that we just experienced with the English language arts assessments, this is the state's math performance on the screen before you now. The story here is not as positive as that of the ELA assessments. This more closely follows the national trend regarding mathematics, and that the performance has declined across all grade levels within the state. Again, the state's provided the ranking of districts by their performance. For grades 3 through 8 mathematics, unfortunately, our ranking is where we were back in 2019. It has remained unmoved. However, in algebra, we did move up about 4 positions. Algebra 1. So what does the PGCPS performance look like? So here we are. Again, similar to both national and state results, PGCPS has experienced a decrease across all grade levels. The decrease, however, are not as significant as the states. In other words, the number of percentage points that we have fallen and the distance is not as grave as the states. But unlike ELA, however, PGCPS math performance has not yet caught up to where we were pre-pandemic. So there's still work to be done. Those declines are illustrated within this chart. You can see the declines for each grade level, including Algebra 1 to the right. What is alarming when looking at this is the amount of decline at our elementary levels. That's definitely going to need to be an area of focus for us moving forward. So then we go to that conversation regarding the bubble. How many students do we have in that cusp of achieving proficiency? Unfortunately, in mathematics, remember in English language arts, it was roughly 20% of our kids are just right there on the verge of proficiency. Unfortunately, in mathematics, it's between 10 to 12% that are on that bubble. So again, just sharing the amount of work that needs to be done. Dr.
So
White?
what I'll say here is clearly math is an area of focus. It's so much so that our CEO announced one of her 3 initiatives this year was mathematics. We talked about at the beginning of the year that as we even work with our leaders starting in the summer is really identifying what you see on systemic focus on mathematics. And so what is the culture of math in our buildings? Every school in their school performance plan identified a math goal. We've really worked in collaborative planning with our educators to make sure as they're planning that they're having support, data-informed instruction. So how are they using that data and going back into the classroom and making adjustments to instruction? And then really spending time with our central office, partnering with our schools, area offices to go and do learning walks to really give feedback to schools on, and really then identify what's that professional development that our teachers need. We've had to really create a lot of different professional developments because our teachers are at so many varied levels. Again, interventions and tutoring opportunities you see there. And we've done a lot with on-demand, and we've done a lot with small groups. So on-demand is that tutoring where a student has homework tonight, I don't understand Carnegie, they can contact Carnegie. 3 times a week, jump in and get help right with where they are. We make sure that our Carnegie partners know and understand our syllabus and where our students are so they're willing to help. An example of when I say that we're really focused on what are those adjustments we can make for next year is this. So we provide DreamBox to all of our elementary schools. You hear us say so much about what we naturally build into our classroom model for reading. So when we talk about the science of reading, our students at our elementary level really spend time in small groups with their teachers breaking it apart. DreamBox, we made sure that it's available, but some teachers provide it as homework. We give them an amount of time that we want them to do it in a week. But some teachers might do homework, some teachers might do classwork. It's a little all over the place. So that we know that next year, I want DreamBox within the curriculum in the school day as an intervention. So that's an example where I'm gonna have to go back in our whole curriculum and figure out how do we make it a center the same way we do reading, so that if I'm gonna say that a student should be on 45 minutes in a week, that it's done, it gets done with fidelity and we can follow it through. So those are the examples of when I say we can see where challenges exist and how do we get better. We have to stay the course. Period. We have to implement a curriculum, we have to train teachers, we have to make sure that we stay the course. We know that our teachers are doing an amazing job and our kids need solid instruction every single day. So we will just continue to keep pushing, continue to have office hours for our teachers to jump in. Professional development we know is after the school day, so we're trying to be really creative in how do we drop snippets. An example of that is my elementary team this year created a course. So you hear me say that we created exemplar courses. That's the course that a teacher uses to actually teach the curriculum. But we also created videos for our teachers just to understand their curriculum. So you might have come to PD, we don't see you again, you're tired, you're exhausted, you work another job, or you have children at home, or just anything. So we created a self-paced course, short snippets, not long, on what are you to do every single day. And we have those office hours where they can drop in, and we put those at different times of the day so that we can make sure that we're hitting all of them. At the end of the day, math is a concern. I want you to know math is a concern for us. We want our students to be literate in mathematics. They cannot be successful in society if not. I am very hopeful when I see our benchmarks and when I see this data to see the number of students that are right there at the cusp, because we know that this benchmark is at the highest standard, right? And so we're going to just keep pushing, and we're going to keep doing everything we can to try to resources, try to streamline for our teachers to make it more simplistic, and really try to focus with our administrators to keep their pulse on the monitoring of instruction.
Thank you. So the good news is also that we've developed a great tool to assist in our efforts of understanding our students' needs and to monitor their progress. The tool being the PGCPS Benchmark Assessment Program. I've shared this benchmark performance data with you in the past, as well as shared our intentions of studying the correlation between those benchmark assessments and the state assessments once the state data is available. We've begun that analysis, and I can say that there is, preliminarily speaking anyway, there is a strong correlation between our students' performances on the benchmark assessments as well to help inform or predict how our students will perform on the MCAP assessments. So in essence, the resources, everything that goes into that benchmark assessment program is a continued worthwhile investment. So the last thing I want to touch upon is the MCAP results reporting. So first and foremost, again, I mentioned our parents will be receiving the MCAP individual student reports, also known as the ISRs. These are going to be delivered that second week of March. And again, to assist our parents in understanding these reports, the Department of Testing, Research, and Evaluation will be creating an implementation or interpretation guide. They'll have that available, and we will be conducting a webinar on March 16th to support our parents. But basically speaking, these reports include the individual student performance data, along with the performance data of the school, the district, as well as the state for comparison purposes. The reports also contain a breakdown of the subscores, again, to assist in understanding where that student is on the continuum of learning. And there's also, that's what our parents see, but just for your information, there's also a lot of in-depth reporting that occurs for our schools. Several of the reports are listed here. Schools get item analysis reports, evidence statement reports. They get a wealth of knowledge, a wealth of information as a result of these administrations to help inform their decision-making, instructional programs. So what's next? So I look forward to sitting here again with you all on March 23rd. We will be sharing a second, we're titling MCAP Part 2 presentation with you all, where we'll go into in-depth analysis of looking at the comparisons of our student groups, comparisons of cohorts of students, how our students perform compared to their similar colleagues in other districts. You might recall that presentation that was done back in 2019. So we will be giving you much more information on this topic. In addition to just the data alone, we'll also share, as Dr. White shared earlier, a reflection on why our data seems to appear the way it is, and also greater depth of what it is that we're intending to do about it. So that'll be the MCAP Part 2 presentation, which will be on March 23rd. Also on that board agenda, we're hoping to share the Maryland School Report Card summary results. That's the star ratings. So by then, the state will have released that data, so we're intending on bringing that data before you all and sharing that information with you. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you again all for your time.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions of Dr. Strader? Board member LaSallier.
Thank you. I'm wondering, are we able to see the data based on our school district? So if for District 8, if I wanted to see a picture of how District 8 is doing, how could I access that information?
Yes, we can provide that data for you in that way. You can just forward the request.
Okay, Board Member Briggs.
I just had a hopefully quick question, but this is for Dr. Judith White. First, thank you for all the work that you do. I know it's hard, And, it is a significant task to get our students to close the achievement gaps, especially after the pandemic. I had a question, though, just looking at the results per county. We are, still relatively low. And I was just curious if you had any perspectives as we're talking about the budget and everything, and not trying to go backwards in any way, but if you could just speak to having talked to other educator friends, other folks that are in very similar positions to you. I know as a former educator, sometimes we know what the gap is and like why the results aren't there. So I was just curious if you could speak to what you think those results say, aside from just the obvious stuff that the data shows.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is the landscape of Prince George's County is unlike most landscapes of the state of Maryland. And so while our data looks the way it does, some of our subgroups actually outperform and we close gaps quicker in certain areas. We have more black and brown children. We probably are tied with Baltimore with the number that we have. And so we have unique challenges, not challenges in a negative sense. Our students, we try to make sure that our programming is holistic. And so a lot of the opportunities that we provide, our students wouldn't be able to, and I'll give you an example. We just visited a student-built house. Our students can't put together a student-built house and not know how to do reading and mathematics, right? And so we try to make sure that we put every opportunity in front of them to make sure they're successful. And that's why I say we'll continue to do it. When I talk to my colleagues, if you talk to everybody, we're all struggling with the same things, but we know that we have different challenges. So how do we get to our parents to be supportive? If our parents aren't there or can't or don't understand how do we fill that gap ourselves in our buildings and continually do so? That's the challenge that we have every single day. Our kids come in our buildings. We're going to just try to keep giving them the very best that we can every single day. So I don't see or hear any of the challenges that are different. If you talk to any school district, no one likes their math data. If you talk to them as colleagues, when we've been at conferences, everybody's data is going down. Unfortunately, we actually paced the state. Where the state dropped, we dropped, but our data was already lower coming in. It ties right to our kindergarten readiness. So when you look at kindergarten readiness isn't about we start them at kindergarten and we take a test with what we've given them to test them. It says the moment they hit our doors, before we've ever touched them, are they kindergarten ready? That's a partnership with our parents and us, right? And so then we're already behind and we're continually moving, which is why we can take a science of reading and make adjustments, because we have to then say, where I have to reflect to turn the mirror on how do we get better. And so we can't keep doing the same thing and wanting a different result, which is why we flipped our elementary curriculum around to say, we need to try something different to try to get every kid we can. Every last one of our kids matters, and that's serious to us. We don't like data looking like that. We don't want to be at the bottom, but we're going to try to do everything we can to continue to move our kids forward.
Are you?
And I just want to say that, again, I really appreciate that. And I know I was looking at the data and was also realizing that some counties are smaller than others, and that in itself makes it a little bit easier to address the things. Also, we have a significant ELL population that I think is different. But I know that sometimes parents will look at those results and say, we've got $2.7 billion that we receive. And so I was trying to, for whoever's on watching this still in the public, to add that context and.
And, I think the other thing, we were just at an innovation summit for the last 2 days, and we're in a room with 2 other school districts whose numbers are, they're coming with the same challenges, but they have 26,000 students. We have 130,000 students, close to 200 schools. You put me in a school and say one person change it, I can build it but when you have to overlay that, ensure that every student, regardless of ESOL, special education tag, and make sure they all get it. It's more complex. But we up to the challenge. Every single day we walk in our doors. Our educators are doing a great job. But I always say school happens, but on top of when school just happens, we're trying to bring the very best that we can, and we'll continue to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Walker.
You answered most, thank you. I won't reinvent the wheel, but one of the things I would love for you to consider, not to answer here, but just to consider, is how can we better leverage our parents and our PTSAs in order to help with this, I'm going to say crisis, for lack of a better word, particularly in math, reading, English. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Brandon Jackson.
Yeah, I just want to say I commend the great work that you're doing, and I can feel your passion about this subject, definitely. And kind of to piggyback off of what Vice Chair Walker said, this is an honest question, like what can we do as a school board to help close the gap?
So I just think as we have, I think we've tried to do a good job through academic achievement this year and really trying to bring the resources. I probably need to package it a little bit better so that I can give you a package of resources so that when you're in your community meetings, your chats, that you can really make sure the parents really understand everything. I'm trying to spend time now going back to our website, and I'm going to grab some parents and some other stakeholders to say, while it makes perfect sense for me, who's creating it, doesn't make sense for our parents that's looking at it. Can they really figure out how to get help, how to get tutoring, how to figure it out? Because we're saying, oh, we're doing all of these things, but we know that we have open seats. So there's some gap. So I'm constantly trying to figure out ways. So as I package and provide, if you can just share those things, when parents say to you, well, I don't have an opportunity, you say, yes, we do. We have Tutor Me. Did you know we have Tutor Me 24/7? So it's probably giving you those snippets and then those resources in a way that you can flip them right back out to your communities that will be helpful.
Board Member Valentine?
Excuse me. My question, I guess, is more fundamental, and this is because we're nationally in this debate about the use and the efficacy of standardized testing to begin with. For example, like my colleague, I'm a college professor. My students get opportunities to retake exams. My students get a lot of grace. That was not a common principle prior to COVID, but I think during COVID, we started looking at students being able to ask to redo assignments because we realized it was about them understanding the work, not just sort of us penalizing them for arbitrary deadlines and assuming every student learned at the same pace or came into the classroom at the same level. And so I guess my question is more fundamental. How accurate is this exam in determining how brilliant our children are compared to an educator who's working with them on a one-on-one basis, working with them, understand their growth, understand where they are, because a standardized test is literally a snapshot in time on that day. You talk about, I'm listening to Malcolm Gladwell. He talks about the arbitrariness of when you give a child an exam. I was born on December 28th. I was the youngest person in school my entire life. I was a year and a half behind in age of my classmates every year. And they're taking the exact same exam as I am on a point in time. They've been alive for a year and a half, longer than I have. And the idea that standardized tests, if you really want to get technical, should be given on the child's birthday, whatever that is, throughout the year. So we're all judging people on apples to apples. And so I guess back to my original question, how accurate is this in determining where our children are, but also how well they'll do moving forward? And so if not, is there a way that we can recommend to the state or to whoever is creating the exams to do so?
My colleague may want to jump in. What I would add is, even if your top district in mathematics, the average was 32%. So if that top district, I lined up 100 students, you're telling me that only 32% of them could go in the world and do math? I don't think so, which is why academic achievement, we brought our grades, because we want you to see what happens real time when teachers are teaching and they're giving students assignments and students are able to do it. So we have the rigor of the test that they're assessed, that we're all going to say our kids can do, but we graduate many students out of our school district that go to college and are career ready, are successful and making more than probably most of us in this room because of the problem solving, the innovation that we put in them. And so I'm not going to say that we discount the assessment, but I'm going to say it's no way that you could go to our top districts according to this data and line up 100 students and say only 20 to 30 of them could walk into college and be successful.
Yeah, and I would just piggyback on that. The one comment that you shared about assessing on the birthdays, the purpose of the assessment is to truly assess the mastery of the standards that we're supposed to be instructed to during that instructional block of time. So this assessment, state assessments, our benchmark assessments, again, are designed to measure the student's mastery of those standards for that given point in time. So the assessment, again, one tool, excellent that you point that out. This is just one piece of the puzzle to understand a student's mastery. And so it does do a sufficient job psychometrically in doing that piece if you look at the student body as a whole. But each individual student must also be concerned for the reasons that you shared.
I mean, my time is up, but
Yes,
there's
it
so
is.
much more about this, particularly how it measures growth, and that you're doing year to year, you're taking different groups of students and assuming that they're not the same student. And so it's just so much in there, but I'll talk offline.
Any additional comments from any board members? I have one comment, Dr. Strader. Thank you for providing the data, but we know this data. We have seen it for a minute. So my ask is this. When you send the packets home to the parents explaining this data, might you think about sending something also to the parents that say, maybe your child needs to practice this math skill for a minute, maybe they need to read this book for a second. All I'm saying is seize the opportunities that we have to think outside the box and to do something just a little bit different. Okay? Suggestion.
Noted, thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to 7.0. 8.0, Dr. Golson, please introduce items 8.1, 8.2 as new business first readers.
Please approve items 8.1 through 8.
I have 8.1 and 8.2.
8.1 through 8.
Oh, it's calendars. One is the school
It's
calendar.
all first readers, so please approve items 8.1 through 8.6 for first reader.
Okay. Colleagues, may I have a motion to approve 8.1 through 8.6 as a first reader?
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Any comments, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays, abstentions? Okay, the motion passes. Okay. Follow-up items. All follow-up items will be posted on board docs upon receipt. Motion to confirm actions taken in executive session on February 23rd, 2023, to receive a report from the CEO, to discuss approved student appeals, to discuss approved personnel matters, to receive report from internal audit, to receive legal advice. May I have a motion to confirm actions taken in executive session?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays, abstentions? The motion passes. Now it's motion to adjourn. May I have a motion to adjourn? Any discussion? No discussion? Oh, I need a second. Did somebody second? I'm
Second.
sure they all seconded. Okay, the motion has been moved and seconded to adjourn. Thank you all. Thank you, administration. Thank you for everything.